if like I wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. Like I don't really have like that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself.
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's the mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's still like
That's fine.
Just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchy's when like men rule, right?
Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
it's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one, that's for you, Grid One Motorsports.
Targets acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, welcome back, whoever is out there. It doesn't look like we've got a big crowd just yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll have a good time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is going to be a good show today. We've got a lot to talk about. Kind of going back to my, original, well, not original, but the format that kind of worked for me there for a long time. And we'll be talking mostly today. We got a couple of things to talk about. We're going to talk about, obviously, the 4th of July was this weekend. We got to talk about that. And then we've got some other stuff to go on, get out there, mostly around what's going on in Texas. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about this thing going on in France. I don't know if you guys are paying any attention to it, but it's pretty. On the one hand, it's pretty funny. On the other hand, it's pretty terrible. Hard to really say. And then we're also, we're going to get a little bit into. We're going to get a little bit into the. It's hard to, I don't know how to really say this. We're basically what I guess you would consider it the fatherless republic, right? Of all these single parent homes out there, and a lot of them are moms raising children when they probably shouldn't be. We're going to talk a little bit about that and get into that. Hopefully we get a pretty good turnout here today. Should be good. Yes, Michelle, I did do a short intro today. I'm actually redoing a bunch of my intros right now, so they're kind of. I mean, I could use the old stuff, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, a lot of that stuff's kind of in pieces right now because cutting everything up and redoing it, which is what I do. So I hope everybody had a great 4th of July. I've been on sporadically the last couple of days, not a ton, not because I didn't want to be, just kind of the way it worked out. Oh, and so the there's a great bunch of just a great bunch of shows that I watched over this weekend. And I was on here and there, not much. I really, really liked having the 4th of July this year, the way we did it. It was great. A lot of steak was consumed. A lot of grilling went on. And the only downside was my oldest son is in New Mexico doing Philmont, and he's getting a kick out of that. He called me this morning from the top of Mount Baldy, which is the only place they have signal, is the top of this mountain at 12,000 feet elevation. And he gave me a call, said, "Hey, everything's great, Dad. Really appreciate it. All my gear works. It's awesome. I'm having a great time." That's what you want to hear. You really do. That's exactly what you want to hear. So Wednesday night show coming up is going to be, I think it's going to be pretty lit. We've got I'm still trying to get a guest. I have one guest that may work out, but it's very hard to schedule some of these people out. And I'm actually kind of getting tired of trying. So we'll see. We'll see how that works. It's going to be pretty interesting. So, man, what a day. All right. So we're going to talk about a lot of different stuff today, and we're just going to kind of roll right through it. I want to welcome everybody that's here now. Agrillipus has been a champ this morning, really helping me out. And Ghost 1978 deserves a mention for giving me some heads up over the weekend. Both you guys are awesome. I was on OG Orthodox Guys stream yesterday. It's an okay stream. I think they're live now. I just left there. Not a bad stream. I think I don't get into some of the topics they talk about. But that's fine. It's a great, it seems like he's doing a good job. So Agrillipus is here. Michelle, I've already mentioned, is in the house. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling better. I understand, where you're at there, and I hope you're feeling a lot better. Emmett Ericcar Oak is in the house. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Ghost 1978 is here. He is in the house. He worked Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Dang, son. Get some steak today. Get some steak. All right. For you guys that don't know, and again, there's only a few people in the chat right now. I don't know. There's a lot going on this morning. Maybe, I don't know. For you guys that don't know, I did ban Imperius from my Discord. He has been in the general chat and just kind of raging and being a dick, and I just can't have that. What's up, Brody Del Pino? Good to see you in the chat today. It is a Monday. People are probably still sleeping off their weekend. I didn't. I was up at 4 a.m. I got on the boat. I was on the I had to hook the boat up, but drug it out to the lake. I was on the water by right at 5 o'clock, I'd say, and caught a few fish. Nothing worth keeping, but it was a great time. Very relaxing. One of the reasons I think that one of the reasons I think men in particular have a problem have problems in life that they feel like they can't deal with it is they don't get they don't get enough time to do things that truly relax them. And that's different for everybody, right? Like sitting down and just watching a football game undisturbed might be the thing for you. Sitting down and watching a movie might be the thing for you. I don't know. Maybe, going for a 5-mile run might be your thing. Whatever it is, men have this thing where they do things that really, truly relaxes them and brings them down. And oftentimes I notice that the demands of life can keep you from that. And one of the things I've always done is that I am I really try and get that relaxation time in, get that centering of myself so that I can deal with people like Imperius. And I actually wasn't even paying attention to what Imperius was saying. I have more than one person reach out to me and say, "Hey, this guy's saying some vile shit. Do you know?" And I was like, "No, I don't know, because I haven't been I'm not on my Discord just a ton. Matter of fact, I wasn't online very much all weekend." So really wasn't paying much attention. So, but it was bad enough. And to be honest with you, at this point, I'm kind of over in Pierce. He's not gonna be relevant to the show going forward. He doesn't add anything to the show. Some trolls are okay because they'll add, they can add stuff to the show. They can actually bring people in. They add an element of drama or whatever. Some trolls can be good. Imperius is just bad. He's all bad, and there's no upside to have Imperius in the chat anymore. Now, at one point in time, I would have said differently. I would have said, Imperius is not bad. He adds to the conversation. He can control himself when he's on my channel, but he's lost that ability. He's lost his fucking mind, and we just can't get there from here. Again, welcome to the day shift. It is Monday. Hope you don't have a case of the Mondays. And let's take a moment. Since it was July 4th, let's take a brief moment of silence for all those behind enemy lines in California, New York, Oregon, Washington State, and Chicago. All those people who are true Americans, deserve better, but unfortunately, they've chosen poorly, and they're behind enemy lines in liberal, communist-held America. Let's just take a few minutes to dwell on that while I move forward. We've got a lot to cover today. Briefly, Wednesday night, obviously, if I don't have a guest, we're going to look into some of the we're going to look at some of these events lately where people are attempting to lure out first responders and police officers and then shooting at them, and why that seems to be a thing right now, and what we can, what the response truly needs to be, and who these people are that are actually doing that. So that's going to be something we're going to talk about. The Thursday day shift show, we're going to talk about, and I've just tentatively titled this as the masculine burden. What it is truly mean to be a patriarch, to lead in a relationship, and what it really actually means to embrace that side of yourself, or if you're female, recognize a man that's doing that versus just a man who's being a master and commander and just not actually leading. So we're going to talk about that on Thursday during the day shift, and we're going to talk about some other newsy stuff. Friday night, obviously, we have the Signal Syndicate, and Saturday night will be Chill Stream. So it'll be a good week. It's going to be a great week. Now, Friday and Saturday, I might be streaming from the lake house. I've blocked blocked that time out this weekend. My wife we didn't spend any time there last summer. We're going to go and spend the weekend at the lake house. Probably take both boats out at various times, and just we're going to have a great weekend. So it will be a different environment. It will be a different, I won't have this full setup. I'll have my travel rig, and maybe we'll be able, I'll see what I can do to make it all work out. But it will happen, and we will be here, and it's going to be great. All right. So, and just a real quick, personal thing is something that happened this morning. I was at the boat dock launching, and another gentleman was there, and there's a difference between launching solo and if you have someone to help you. If you have someone with you that can drive the boat, you put them on the boat, you back the boat in the water, they drive the boat off the trailer, you go park the truck, and you come back and meet them at the dock. And this gentleman was doing that. He was waiting at the dock. Solo, I use a rope, attach it to the boat and the trailer. Boat floats off the trailer. I use the rope to guide it to the dock, tie it off, and then go park my truck. So as I was coming back down, and or pardon me, as I had was securing the boat after backing down the ramp and floating it off, I'm tying it down, and he. We just had a brief conversation, 4th of July. Do you have a good one? Yeah, absolutely. What do you think about all of this stuff, the politics and whatnot? And he's like, I try not to get into it. And we just kind of a quick back and forth. And then it's kind of as I'm, he's about to get on his boat. He's about to get on his boat and head off with his buddy. And as I'm standing there, and we're just finished this little quick conversation. This was very quick. He says, I used to have faith in my government and trust the system, and now I just trust my gut. It's an important thing, guys. It's an important thing, and I think there's a lot of people like that right now. I think that overall we have a real problem in this country with being able to trust our government, and we're probably right to do so. So let's dig into this. Welcome, Robert Demita. Good to see you. Good to see you in the chat. I believe the government is bugged. I do believe that. All right, so let's get into this. Let me give you a number. It's very important. 45.7%. It's not a budget. It's not a vote count. That's the percentage of. Oh wait, yeah. Well, that's fine. It's the percentage of children born in the United States this year to mothers without husbands. Now, this also includes hookup. This includes all the hookup culture. This includes we don't believe in marriage, people. We're a partnership. We're modern. We're evolved. All of that bullshit. By definition, they're single moms. They're not married, or at least there's no husband involved, right? And it's not just a crisis. There's a lot of people on the internet that talk about how this is a crisis, how this is, and they really kind of have that doomer, like world's going to end. Everybody's, oh my God, it's so bad, and it's bad, right? Like 40. I mean, come on now, 45.7%. That's a big fucking number, right? Right. And there's probably more, because a lot of women who don't get married are probably the same women who go to doulas and have that natural childbirth, outside the hospital sort of thing. And, maybe, record keeping's not quite up to snuff. And I've read this. I read this somewhere, and I don't remember where it was, but I read this as it's a cultural catastrophe. You think about that? It's a cultural catastrophe, right? Like, how much clearer is it that people are, or not people, that there's a movement, there's an effort to dismantle the American family? Right, the nuclear family, what it is to be an American family. It's not about economics, although I think Ghost 1978. I do believe that it will change with EBT cards being cut off. It's not just about that, though. It's not about systemic oppression. It's not about race. It's not about creed. It's not about any of that. It's about abandonment. It's about men not being men, not taking their place in society as men. But it's also about women being empowered. Someone's outside my door. It's also about women being empowered. You know, this idea of an single motherhood is empowering. Matter of fact, that very idea that single motherhood is empowering frightens the fuck out of me. I don't know why. I don't know why it is it's just such an unnatural thing to me. And yet, you know, you have people out there saying it's empowering. But the reality is, and what the data shows, is that it's socially engineered, okay, on purpose, people, dependency on the government, all right, dependence on the court system, socially engineered dependency. Right? Think about that. It's really what it is. It's really dependency. It's really what we're talking about, and it's happening. But you know, this disassembly of the American family, of the culture, of the idea of a nuclear family, is being torn apart, bolt by bolt, boy by boy. Just is. Men are told not to get married. Why would you get married? And they're actually being told that by other men, which is really fucked up. Now let's look at some numbers here. I have them. Give me a minute. I got to pull them up. Sorry. Let me click. 2 clicks, guys. Just give me a second. All right. So here's the numbers. CDC's July report. This just came out. I saw it. I had to talk about it because this is pretty fucked up. Again, the number is 45.7% of births in this country are to unmarried mothers. Think about that. In cities like Baltimore, Detroit, parts of LA, the number rockets past 70%. 70%. Fucking hell. Look, these aren't broken homes. These homes are broken by design. And it's even happening in a church with the servant leader model. It's happening with all of this infighting and influx in churches amongst Christians. It's happening amongst atheists. It's happening amongst agnostics. It's a weird, really weird situation. It boggles the mind. It just fucks me up in the head. So they're designing these homes to be broken, right? Because they're not getting married. They're being pushed to not get married. You're better off single. You're better off in a situationship. You're better off with all these women have baby daddies because, well, if you get married, then you get less money from the government. But there's a dark side to it. There is. A manless home. A home without a father, a home without a man is a manageable home. That woman is dependent on the government for everything. That woman is dependent on everyone but who she should be dependent upon. I said it. I said it out loud. That woman is dependent on everyone except who she should be dependent on. Her husband, to some degree, her family, her church, her community. Pretty much in that order. Right? Bureaucrats, therapists, caseworkers, CPS. It's terrible. And we've all heard the stats. Over 70% of men incarcerated in this. Actually, I misspoke. I'm sorry. I misled you. It's 70% of all incarcerated youth, male and female. Male and female. 70%. absentee father. Father is not in the home. Father gets managed supervision. Father does not get actual time with his children. Absent. Not bad, not mean. Absent. Agrippas, you proved the rule. You're the exception that proves the rule because there's so few people like you. You don't want to know why the juvenile courts are flooded, right? Why almost every single county in this nation, one of the first line items on their budget is more funding for the juvenile court system, the court system, and the detention system. You know why there's such a demand for funding? Do you know why teachers are quitting? Cities are burning to some degree, right? It's because we've replaced fathers with social workers, fathers with algorithms and court orders, TikTok. So when the parents can't take it, when the mom can't take care of it because she engineered her own problem, right? Now, then I'm not absolving anyone of responsibility here. She engineered her own fate, probably on bad advice from her peers, but that's neither here nor there. You have all of these things happen. It just is. And it's not just boys. It's also girls. And the numbers are getting closer and closer that there's almost as many young women and young men in the juvenile correction system. Is that crazy? Is that crazy? Is it just me? I think that's crazy. And then there's trauma bonding. Kids are turning to pills. Right. It is, in fact, insane, Agrippas. It is absolutely insane. Look, I'm not saying that all of these things are negative, right? I have a buddy of mine. His kid's on TikTok. He does... I don't know, like some marching band, rifle corps. I don't know what the fuck it is. He puts videos out there. It's cool. He makes a few bucks on it. Doesn't make a lot. I get it. It's cool. Kid's still got a life. He's got a mother. He's got a father. He's got brothers. He's got aunts. He's got uncles. That kid, when he has a problem, he has someone to turn to. Yes, it has been generations. Yeah, it has been generations. I was a latchkey kid. I'm Gen X. I was one of the ones that rode my bike to school in all kinds of weather. I was one that walked to school rather than ride the bus because I valued my independence. I'm one of those guys that came home to an empty house and it didn't fuck me up. It didn't matter. I was fine. But my parents taught me what responsibility was. My grandparents were there for me. I had my church. I had all of these things to rely on. I wasn't in Boy Scouts, but I was with a church, with a church youth group. I did church basketball. I did all of these things. And I went to school and I did all of the things you're supposed to do. It turned out okay. It could have gone completely the other direction. All it would have taken is one or two things sideways. This is the narrow path that our children today travel, guys. This is really, really important. And what's really weird is that none of you, not being offensive here. None of you will talk. Will see a single mom and go over and that right? Like let's say someone at church or someone from work or someone from your friend group, right? You will not go and say, "Hey, what's going on with you and the dad? I'm worried about you, and I'm worried about your situation. Is there anything I could do to help? Is there anything do you need anything? I'm not trying to pry. I really don't want to get all up in your business, but your kids are important. Are you having any problems? Do they need someone to talk to? My kids are great. They can play together. Whatever. It takes a village, but it starts with the family, guys. It really does. I bet CloverTac has. Now, here's a hard truth that people don't want to hear, right? And most of the people in this chat, don't have any problem with it. But people that people in your life that you will interact with today will believe what I'm saying, will 100% identify with what I'm about to say. And what I'm about to say is they don't want to hear the truth, and that is that masculinity is not toxic. It's protective. I mean, they know it. They want to suppress it. They don't want to admit it because strong men don't beg for permission, right? They don't submit to bureaucrats. They vote with, they do their voting properly, and they don't just beg for crumbs. They don't need safe spaces, which I will make fun of forever now that that's a real thing. The minute the college campus people had to like hide in safe space bullshit, the minute that happened, I never will let it go. You all need safe spaces, and they're fucked because of it. And we sure as hell don't need to outsource parenting to the current government system that still has elements of DEI in it, and a large portion of it of people who truly believe that you as a parent, your friend as a parent, your brother, sister, cousin, whoever, as a parent have no business being a parent, and the state needs to get involved. People truly believe that. They really do. I'm not making this up. This is really really bad stuff. So now let's look back to the founding fathers. 4th of July, I'm all about it. They were men who were not, we don't know that they weren't afraid. They were men that sacked up and they founded a nation, right? And they did it with their wives and their children. And they basically created the greatest country in history. But there were fathers. There were families. Were they flawed? Sure. Were the things they did back then different than what we do today? Absolutely. That's just how that works. A republic, if you can keep it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can't keep a republic without fathers. You can't. Beth, where are you going? Oh, you're fencing chickens. All right. Cool. We'll go fence chickens. All right. So, look, what do we do about this? Do we complain? Do we whine? Do we cry? Do we call a hotline? Is there a hotline with answers for this? Probably not. My monitor's over here. That's why I keep looking at it. Yeah, we don't cry. We rebuild from the ground up. From garage to the dinner table, young men, young ladies, working with their parents, talking to their parents. bringing fatherhood back into its rightful place in its biological, not as a biological default or a biological need, or however they say it. I'm not sure how you say that, but we have to bring that. We have to bring fatherhood back. We have to instill young men that they want to be fathers. We have to culture young women that they want husbands. They want good husbands, and they understand the difference between good and bad, or even just adequate. All right. Okay. The ICE agent shot in the neck will survive after the attack in Macau. Shooter was an illegal immigrant who was living in Michigan. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. How rebellious of me. Yeah. Actually, Eric R. Oak, the thing is that we already have things in place legally and technically to enforce marriage, but you can't actually force someone to be in a marriage. But what you can do is teach. What you can do is you can teach young men and young women to be better. You can teach them to understand why fatherhood is important. That's the more important thing. Trying to force people into a marriage that they don't want to be in or whatever, that's bad. But the idea is that you come together with people that you are supposed to be together, or you don't do it in the first place. Either you do what you got to do, or you can go to jail. And I don't think you'll ever get that one to fly. And I don't necessarily agree with that either. I don't find that particularly biblical. But yeah, I don't necessarily agree with you. I do think that we just say realistically the culture has to change. It just does. It has to change. You can't reward people for these things. So letting people that got into a committed relationship separate is better than fatherless homes. Well, Emmett, use a little common sense. If you get in a fatherless, if you get into a relationship that you don't want to be in anymore because of whatever, which I do think divorce is too easy, but that's a separate issue. What crime is there? What crime is there? Yeah. So no, I don't agree with that. Yeah, it's not a common sense appeal. Although that would be great if it were common sense. So, because Emmett, if you don't put the work into a relationship, the relationship will die. If you force people to be in a relationship, the relationship suffers. Oh, we got some grift coming in. That should have triggered TTS. It was weird. And now I've got an echo. What is that? Oh, well. All right. So Eric Oak, Emmett, brother, I don't even agree with jail at all. I think a man's freedom should only be taken in the absolute most dire of circumstances. I wasn't really talking. A Gorilla Post, again, thank you so much for the. Do we need divorce law reform? I think we're getting that now, obviously, so people do not get destroyed financially when a marriage fails. So here's the thing: in most states, Mullet, you're not going to get destroyed financially when your marriage fails, unless you did just some really stupid things. I don't think it's too many times one-sided, but I believe that women believe that. And one of the most interesting things that one of the most interesting things about the all of these divorces. I watch this guy Taylor the Fiend, and he has like hundreds of videos of these women who go out and get divorced, thinking they're going to get the bag because they've been told by their girlfriends, by the press, by popular culture that they're going to get the bag, right? But the reality is they don't. You have to be married for so long to get any real alimony. Child support doesn't really count. And so let's say that you know, and there's this one woman who married this guy who was like super wealthy, and she actually had a really high-end job. She was getting paid very well. She married him. After like 2 or 3 years, she just decided pull a plug. And she basically tried to sue him during the divorce for basically what she would have made for the 2 years that she gave up her job to be a housewife. And they literally laughed her out of court. She chose not to work. She didn't have to not work. And while he was the provider then, that's irrelevant now. You chose to get divorced. And so she ended up with nothing. So I think that by and large, I think the biggest problem is culture. The culture has to change. Emmett, putting people in jail is not going to change the culture. We've already seen this so many times. I don't believe jail is the answer in most cases. I just don't. I think that all jails currently do is they create better criminals. Right? That's it. They don't do anything else. I very rarely run into someone who says, "Yeah, I went to jail, man, and it straightened my ass out right out." Right? And so, and I think the statistics will bear that out. I think something like 60 to 70% of people in prison currently have been in prison before, so they're basically retreads. And so I really don't buy into that. I understand what you want. You want a punishment for people who break their vows, right? And that punishment is eternal damnation. Okay? I am not here to put forth the Lord's retribution that you fail in your marriage. That's not my job. My actual job is to make sure that if there are children involved, that those children are cared for. I honestly don't care what two adults do. That's between them and their God. Right? Right? Am I right about that? I feel like I'm right about that. So I don't know what you mean by enforcement. You cannot force someone to remain in a marriage. People have free will and autonomy. So that means an agency. So which means that if they don't want to be there, they're not going to be there. What you end up with then is a literal abandonment, which is bad. I don't know where you're going to go with that, Emmett. There's no enforcing keeping someone in a relationship, Emmett. You just can't do it. You can't. Then instead of so what do you propose, Emmett? You just said jail time, and that's not going to work. I promise you, it's not going to work. We already have a punitive system for men that even if they don't abandon their children, that a woman can make claims, and then the man is very, very punitively damaged. If you have the option of going to jail or be in your marriage, everyone is going to go to jail. No, everyone's going to run away, and you can't put everyone in jail. That's a bad idea, Emmett. That's absolutely insane. We already have enough problems with jails. People should not go to jail. Jail does not help. Come up with a better punishment. Anyway, guys, all right, so back to this. Apparently, a lot of places ban fireworks and shit. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's true. Actually, this is actually probably the closest. The looming threat will stop people from marrying. Absolutely true. They'll just have a lot of unwed mothers. No one wants to get married if this is the prescription. You're right. If the idea is you're going to literally go to jail if you don't stay in your marriage, then no one's going to get married. That's true. That's true. Yeah. What you need to do is incentive. That's not cope. That's reality, brother. You're coping. You are the one that's coping, Emmett. You are literally trying to say that, well, the fear of jail will keep people in a bad relationship. And I'm telling you that that's not. You're the one that's coping. It's a really bad argument. Wait, what? Is that true? NordVPN is looking into Destiny's vile tweet. Which vile tweet? He's made a bunch. For using a trademark and a fake code on his vile Texas. Oh, I didn't see that. Eric R. Oak, why do you think we have such poor marriage numbers? Why do you think that is? I know why. And I think you do too. You just don't want to admit it. Can I also say something that this is absolutely unreasonable or reasonable depending on your standpoint? Can we have less holidays? Do we really need all of these stupid ass holidays? Just something to think about. There's nothing that enforces them. You can't enforce a relationship. And by the way, there is something that enforces it. It's called a marriage vow. It's called your promise before God. Marriage is not just a social contract. It's not a contract with a state. My marriage is that I stood before God and said, I'm married this woman. So if I choose to abandon that marriage, if I choose to be a piece of shit and somehow fail in my marriage, then I have to face God and justify that. That's my problem. That's the deal. Right. He absolutely, Kevin. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Actually, Eric R. Oak, you're actually making a great argument for choosing wisely. Choose a woman that's not going to fuck you over. Right? Like, be careful. Don't stick your dick in crazy. Just because it's there, wet and ready. We need way less holidays. Can I just say that? We just need way less holidays. So here's my list. Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July, Veterans Day, maybe Labor Day, Memorial Day. That's it. I don't even like Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is a made-up piece of shit holiday. I don't like it. Can we just do that? Can we just have way less holidays? You know, Abe, that's a solid point. That's a solid point. 100% the best relationships can fail. I know a guy, I know a young man, younger than me. I know a man right now who, through no fault of his own, is divorced because his wife lost their child in an automobile accident and just never wanted to look at him again. Never wanted to look at him again. And they got a divorce. Right now, today, I know that. I can probably pick him up. I'm probably call him up and have you guys. Now, why should he go to jail, Emmett? You keep coping, brother. Keep coping with the, well, nobody, enforcement. You can't enforce a relationship. You can't. Christmas, New Year, Christmas. I don't even think New Year's is actually a real. I don't think New Year's is a real holiday. You think a woman should go to jail because she loses a child and can no longer be in the relationship? That is the most insane thing I've ever heard. That's insane. You're insane, Emmett. You're insane on this one. Yeah, marriage isn't. Marriage is before God, Emmett, not before man. It's before God. So if you want to put people in jail for religious issues. Yeah. We definitely don't need more holidays. That's for sure. Actually, Emmett, he lost both his unborn child and his wife in the same day, basically, right? Because once she lost that child, once she felt that amount of loss in her life, she just can't even look at him anymore, right? They didn't even communicate for the last 4 months of their divorce. They didn't even communicate except through lawyers because the amount of suffering and feeling that she had was so monumentally deep. And you can't, you want to force that person to be in a relationship with someone that she can't even look at? Bro. What do you, Michelle? I hope everything goes okay. I'm, we're as much as we can be. We're here for you, right? All right, let's talk about France for a minute. Let's talk about France. So you guys, if you don't know, oh, you got to leave, dude. It was just getting good. Come on, don't leave. Come on, don't leave, Emmett. It was just getting good. Yeah, right. Like, look, France is on fire. Not figuratively, not metaphorically, fucking literally. That shit was on fire the other day. All right, so hundreds of cars torched. Police stations are lit on fire and attacked. They literally attacking police stations. They have military curfew in 14 cities now. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's 14 cities now. And do you know why? Because people don't trust the vote. People do not trust the vote. So if you don't know, last month, France had their constitutional their constitutional court nullified the re-election of President Macron. I'm not really sure how you say that chick's name. I think it's a girl. I don't know. Citing voting irregularities. Fake news, right? The response was that the government sent in troops, declared stabilization zones. Macron. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. They declared stabilization zones, better known as martial law. That's right, folks. A straight-up westernized modern country, member of NATO, has declared martial law without declaring martial law in their cities, in 14 cities, apparently, maybe more now. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it. Now you're wondering right now, Grid, old buddy, how come I'm not seeing this in the press? Why isn't this everywhere? What's going on? Why is this not headline in the New York Times? What is going on, Mr. Motorsports? What is the deal? I'll tell you. The press is too busy writing puff pieces about rebuilding trust in institutions. Yeah. Trust the science, folks. That's what they're saying. They're saying trust the science. That's what's up. And let me translate that for you further. Shut up and obey. I can't say that in French. But that's what they're saying. And this isn't a French problem, ladies and gentlemen. This is a preview. This is what's going to start happening, right? This is what happens when actual elites, because that's what's happening in France. France has actual elites, unlike America. America has what we consider elites, but I don't believe really truly are. But actual elites manipulate the democracy and then act shocked when people stop playing along. When people just say, you know what? No. Not in my house. Voting irregularities mean something to me. What's up, Lord of Pies? Good to see you. Good to see you back, Beth Mayhew. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a rant, so let me get back to that. Trump says you're an elite. I don't think you are. No offense. I'm sure you're a perfectly wonderful gentleman. However, I don't think you're that kind of elite. All right, so in America, what will fuel the bonfire like we're seeing in France, which, by the way, France has the same problem, right? This is the exact same problems that we're facing, but they're doing it in France. And we're looking at the future, ladies and gentlemen, in France. And this is why you're not hearing anything about it, or very little, in the news currently. Open border policies. France, for a long time now, last few years, has had an open border policy. Matter of fact, I believe NATO NATO told them that they were going to have the open border policy. Okay. All right. Sorry about that phone there, guys. They had skyrocketing inflation. We have skyrocketing inflation. And what's that other thing France has that we have? Wokeness. Woke cultural mandates enforced by unelected bureaucrats, not the people we put in the office, but the people that are hired to do a job with and given power that normally would lie in an elected official. So here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. When we look at France burning, that could be us. That could be us, right? As a matter of fact, in a couple occasions, it's gotten really close to being us. Now, France is a little bit different. France is being ruled by strangers in suits. A lot of these people are very tenuously connected to France, or not actually. Half of them don't even live there. They live in Switzerland or somewhere, but they're being ruled. But they're actually ruling over France in various offices. They don't live in the communities. Obviously, they live somewhere else, and they really don't give a fuck about France at all, other than how much money that they can get. Now, here's the part where every American should start fucking paying attention and focus. The same playbook that was tested here is now being retested with minor revisions in France. This is exactly what's going on there. And it's being tested right now in real time. We can watch it in slow motion. We watched the COVID lockdowns happen and they learned that worked, that the fear works. So what did they do? They set fire to France. The fear works. And now what are they doing? They're locking down France. They're not only locking it down, they brought in troops. They brought in military they brought the military in for help. Right? Now, they're supposed to be silencing opposition because, stolen vote, all that nonsense, which we've gone through. They're seeking to cancel the election and use the military to enforce that order, enforce this, some semblance of order. Now, whether or not that works, I don't know. Now, what should we do? Right? We're NATO. Should America get involved? I don't. Of course, you know me. I'm a non-interventionist, so probably not. We shouldn't do anything militarily. Maybe no. We should do everything morally, right? Like we should give aid to the Frenchmen who are being, locked in their houses. We don't send troops to Paris. We make sure that our elected officials understand that we can understand what's happening in France, and we understand that it can happen here, and it better not. So this is it's a case study. France right now is a case study in failure of the system, and the fact that it's so close to what could have and almost did happen here should make you all think. You should all think about that. You really should. Okay. And now, Beth, I'm glad to have you back, Beth. Emmett, what do you think about Emmett's take on jailing people that want a divorce, want to end a marriage? What do you think about that? Emmett's like hardcore on that. I think it's insane. I think it's insanity. I'm a married guy. in silence filled the fucking room. That's bad TV. We can't have bad TV. While you're typing, hopefully you're typing a lot. Let's talk about Texas for a minute. Last count, it was like 82, a death toll of 82. That's rough, man. And a lot of them were children from the camp. What was it? Not missed. What? I can't remember the name of the camp. I will figure it out. I will remember. So yeah, it's pretty bad. I think there were only actually 4 kids at the church camp that lost their life, and the rest of the 82 were people in their homes or got caught in their cars or whatever. It's really bad in Texas, and I was talking about this the other day with somebody, because Texas is interesting because it floods there like every couple of years, but they really don't do a lot of stuff for flood abatement. Whereas in Tennessee, we have the Tennessee River Valley system, and we absolutely have a lot of flood control and water management. Kevin says, our Doge cut the NOAA budget, and now you have the Texas official blaming the NOAA's forecast for being insufficient. That's dumb. Lord of Pie says, instead of jailing people who get divorced, why not just stop allowing divorce? I mean, divorce is in the Bible, right? Like there were people who got divorced in the Bible, and so it is biblical to be able to get a divorce under certain circumstances. All the liberal tears caused a flood in Texas. That's probably a Conaboy. We could probably blame this on a Conaboy. Yeah, I don't believe anything the left says right now. I doubt in a very serious way that there's anything that the NOAA could have done about it. Folks, you have weather radar. You can log on to the freaking Weather Channel. And I do every morning when I go fishing. I log into the Weather Channel and get live radar, and I can see storms coming through. I can see how bad it's going to be. It floods this time of year pretty much every year in Texas. I've been there when it's flooded in Texas. Texas is not properly prepared for flooding. And and that's on them, and hey, you know what? They don't really have, they have flooding, but they don't have this type of flooding very often. I guess we're not going to get an answer from Beth about Emmett's take on that. But pretty tough. So that's it's a rough one. Right. You can't blame the federal government for lack of preparation in Texas. Just like when the windmills froze, Texas wants to be as independent as possible, for sure. According to locals, this type of flood happened in 1987. It's a long time ago. I was like, in 87, I was 16. I was 16. I was getting my driver's license. So, yeah, it's tough, man. It's rough. It's rough time. It's unfortunate all those people lost their lives. The interesting thing to me is that, every year we have all of these tragedies and people lose their lives, and it's a matter of, and I was actually, look, my son's hiking out in New Mexico right now. He's, literally like, I think he's 50 miles into a 70-mile hike, right? He's got a few days left. he's prepared. I had talked to him this morning. All his gear worked. He's in great spirits. That's because he's prepared. Here at my house, I'm prepared. I have food. I have clean water. I have ways to purify water. I have my house. I have an upstairs, so I can go upstairs and get out of the water. I don't, it's going to have to flood really bad. Actually, it'd have to flood really bad to get to me anyway. But it'd have to be like Noah's return to get to me where I'm at. But yeah, I mean, if gotta be prepared. And if you live in an area that has had Reno flooded once, it's been a while. I think it was in the mid 80s. Reno actually flooded one time, and it actually had water actually came in the casinos. And so what did the casinos do after the flood was over? And as they were rebuilding, it made it so the water couldn't come in again very easily. Yeah. Something to think about. Beth, are you still here? There are not very many people here today. It's very interesting. Normally I get a few more on Monday, but that's all right. It is after a holiday weekend. Everybody's probably sleeping. I should have slept in. I did not. Any thoughts on the Epstein mess? Hey, Mara Kate, how are you? Any thoughts on the Epstein mess? I got to be honest with you here. I don't know what to think about the Epstein case. So I've said for a while now that there was nothing going to come out of this because, first of all, it no longer matters. You can't prosecute Epstein. There's no way to corroborate the evidence in such a way that it means anything, right? Like the flight manifest, all the documents they have. If they could have prosecuted with somebody with it, they would have already done it. So what that tells me is that they don't really have anything, and so I guess I just don't care, right? It would be one thing, right? Like if they had video, like, and this is actually what I've been waiting for. What I've been waiting for was for them to be investigating, some outbuilding on the island and find, a server farm with, 3 terabytes of video of all the nasty crap that supposedly happened there. But they can't even come up with a home movie. Do you understand? You understand how rare this is? You've got an island that was supposedly frequented by some very shifty people. Some people that are not known for being able to keep a secret in the first fucking place. And then, so the fact that you're asking me to believe that those people are smart enough to not have any video, not one recording, not one, thumb drive with some pics. What's up, Sarah? How are you? It boggles my mind to believe that things could be this clean, right? And they'd have all this documentation that, yeah, people went there, but they can't come up with anything, not even a home movie. So I guess I just don't care anymore. Came here for the sleepy serenade. I'm sorry, I can't serenade you. You're welcome to come up on the panel if you would like, though. There's not really a panel; it's just me. But you're welcome to come up and chat. But what do you think, Abe? Do you think do you think that if they had anything at all, if there was even one thumb drive with some grainy home video of from a camera phone, they've had these people's phones. I don't know if you guys know this. There's no such thing as security on your cell phone at all. I mean, that stuff's everywhere. Like people It's easy to get information out of a phone. Not today. All right. You really are laying down, taking down for a nap. I can't talk slower. Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, I totally forgot. I'm going to be live tonight doing the Reverie debate again, and it's a stupid ass subject again. They just can't help themselves making stupid ass topics. So I'll read it here in a second. I'll get motivated. I'll click over to it. Abe, what do you think? Do you think that if they had anything, they would have already put people in jail, regardless of who those people are, right? Like, the thing is that you would think that they'd have something on some, like, poor schlep that's like, yeah. Comey's daughter was the DOJ agent in charge of the Diddy case, Epstein case. She could have messed up. So, I mean, that's basically true. Nope. What, Abe? Nope. Doesn't help me. Yeah, right. I'm with Ghost. By now, anything that was supposed to disappear has already disappeared. It's been too long, too many hands in the possession of both parties to assume anything left is factual. Absolutely. What channel? The Reverie. The Reverie. It'll be here. It'll be here. I'll be restreaming it here. You think they're protecting the rich and powerful? Maybe. Industry would take a hit? Probably not. Guys, you have to keep the context and the message for this boomer to keep up. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Frumbly. I'm not a boomer, by the way. Gen X. All right, let's see. Let me check this out. What do we got here? I got a lot of email to answer. That's what I got. Here we go. Grid 1 versus Sarah, and what? Sarah's too sleepy. All right, here's my topic for tonight, guys. This is how jacked up these topics are. Trump has recently started selling Victory 45 47 perfume. This comes soon after a Trump-branded phone. In fact, there's been a long conga line of Trump merchandise. I had some of his ties. They're legit. Just these last few months, let alone over the course of the decade since he originally became president, and long before that. The ties are choice. But his second term has featured a marked uptick in the amount of items Trump has sold. Okay. Does any of this damage the dignity of the office of the presidency? Should we expect a certain level of decorum from our leaders? Or is the fact that a president is selling merch and innovation? Seriously? What? Could it be helpful to the image of the United States? What? Or does it matter? Not matter at all. This is awesome. Hey, Jack M. Sheridan, good to see you. It's been a while. This is a dumb topic. This is a dumb topic, Mullet. It absolutely is a dumb topic. However, it could not. So I looked into it. It looks like Trump is actually doing the cologne. Now, obviously, he's not making the cologne. He's branding. He's licensing it. Somebody else is making it and distributing it and everything else. What they really want to talk about decorum after Biden not being in the right state of mind. That's actually going to be part of my argument. Actually, I'm brain dead. I'm not brain dead. I'm just. I mean, some of this stuff you just can't make this up, man. You just can't. I mean, it's weird. Yeah, the Trump brand is separate, and his sons do run it. That's true. Yeah, that's true too. Very true. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's but yeah, they'll just this is but I'm going to debate it tonight. I don't know where I'm going to lead off, whether this is just an insane topic or if I'm going to be like, so you're mad the guy's making money? He's already famous. Like it doesn't, I don't know that it helps him to necessarily be president selling this stuff. He was already famous. So that's true. If I even get to the question, we'll get to it, but it'll be, he'll wait to rant. I usually wait to come in until about mid ranting. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. That's actually a really good point, Jack M. Sheridan. The fact is that Trump long ago became a brand, right? The Trump Tower, Trump Hotel, Trump Casino, Trump ties. I have some. They're choice. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. It's going to be. I think this is just going to be a dumbass argument all the way around tonight. So we'll see how this works out for everybody. I mean, Ivanka has her own shoes, and she had something like she had a fashion line for a while. Yeah, Trump steaks would be legit. I'd buy some Trump steaks. The Epstein thing is really interesting, though. Somebody was saying that. Where was that? Let me scroll back. I gotta see this. Is that word salad? Yes, it's a normal prime debate. You're on 2X. All right, gotcha. So this is an interesting point, mullet baby. So this is a very interesting point. I don't think Maxwell, I think, did originally demand her release, but then I think that she felt like she was probably safer in custody. Right. And there's a, but I don't think they had any. I don't know that they have anything. Yeah, it's hard. The lies are so numerous now. It's getting hard to tell which is the truth and which is the lie and which is the kind of lie, but really a truth. And then, it's just fucking nuts right now. Yeah, they really don't want to engage on anything but Orange Man is bad. So they don't want to actually engage on anything else. I've heard that. I don't believe it, but I do have to wonder how much they really had. I think they kind of made it up. I think this was one of those things where this is what I kind of think, right? Like I think it goes two ways, one of two ways. Either Epstein did actually have a bunch of info on people, whether he was working for the CIA or not, doesn't matter. He had a bunch of stuff on people. He was leveraging it, and he was getting favors and money and free cars and, his boat fixed for free and all kinds of shit because he had this knowledge. And there are people that do that. There are people that do that in New York, Washington, and California. they do it all the time, and those people trade in secrets and information, and so that's whether or not that what they're doing is, I mean, it's illegal, but whether or not the information they're trading is legal, illegal, or proves legal, illegal, I don't know. But an interesting thing about the Epstein thing to me is that they would have gone after somebody just to, if they had anything real, they would have gone after somebody they didn't like, right? Like, I don't know. Like if they really had anything on Trump, they would have gone after Trump for sure. This is a really interesting part of this, right? So they wanted so bad to put Trump on Epstein Island, right? Like they went through his travel records, they went through his calendar, they went through video to see where he was when he said he was there, and they went to such lengths to try and put Trump on that island. And this is why I think the whole thing's fucking fake. And I think that they had to X out Epstein, because if he had ever testified, it would have come out as fake. It would have come out as a scare tactic. It would have come out as a diversionary tactic for to control the populace. And that's bad for people who do these things, right? Like you can't have that curtain pulled back. Yeah. So I mean, the problem with saying all this now. The problem with saying all this now is they tried so freaking hard for what was like 2 years. Like 2 years they tried to put Trump on that island. They couldn't do it. And it was before, that was kind of before he really got it running. I mean, that's before he was nominated or anything. They really wanted to put him on that island. So, and after he was nominated, it got worse. So I don't know. I think there's no way, I don't know. They couldn't find one single client, right? They couldn't find, what's interesting is the interesting thing with Epstein is that there's no, like for what was supposed to be Pleasure Island with, there had to be video, bro. I don't know. Right, which is why I don't think there was any evidence to start with. That's why I think that they had to off Epstein, because it would eventually come out that there was nothing to it, and it was all a tactic. I think that they had to off him. I think they had to. There was less risk in letting him go forward and just deny everything. I mean, look, they have look at this. This is how insane this goes down, right? Like people want you to believe that, well, if Epstein had testified, that would have ruined somebody's career. Bro, we had Hunter Biden's laptop. We have the text messages, the nearly pornographic text messages he was sending to his underage niece. And Hunter Biden's walking around a free man. And everybody was told it was a hoax, and they believed it. Dude, that's why I think it's misdirection, man. I think it's stuff to keep the populace engaged and keep them off of, just keep the public's mind off of what's really going on. Look at the shiny thing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I heard, I haven't seen it. I've heard that there's video of that. Yeah, 100%. But they did that because of remember the 10%. I'm standing here with my father. He wants to know exactly, all the shit that they were saying. So, I'm standing here with my father. The big guy wants his 10%. Actually, what I don't believe, I just believe that I don't believe what the FBI and DOJ are saying. What I believe is that it was it was like the Steele dossier. It was a massive misinformation campaign to keep people distracted from real shit that's going down. Well, I don't know about. I mean, obviously, maybe there's a client list. I don't know. I don't. What did they actually convict Ghislaine on? I don't remember. It's been a minute. Hunter tried to be like Jeff, and it backfired. Yeah, that's pretty true. Hunter was doing some like crazy shit, man. Like crazy. I don't think people really understand how crazy the stuff Hunter was doing. He was over there with Burisma. He took a seat, a board seat on the Burisma, which is an oil company, with no experience whatsoever. They gave him a seat on the board, and when the prosecutor was investigating all of this stuff about Burisma, that he was told to back off by Zelensky, or I believe it was Zelensky himself, and that's why Trump called Zelensky and said, "Hey, you need to get a real investigator on that. You need to get a real prosecuting attorney on it." I have not seen anything about Pelosi, but that doesn't mean anything. Jack, I didn't say he was good at it. I just said that's what he was doing. Yeah, he sucked. I mean, he pretty much sucked at everything. He can't help it. Look at his example. Look at the example he had to follow. Failure. Complete failure. For child trafficking. All right, so No, he just got paid a lot. He got paid a lot because he was peddling influence from his dad. Right? That's how influence peddling works. Right? That's exactly how influence peddling works. Your dad gets you a job on a board somewhere. That makes shit happen. Epstein got caught and kept going from prison, basically. Wild. I don't really understand, I guess, because nepotism for sure. I guess I don't. I mean, I agree. Look, the no client list, kind of weird. No guest list, no records. I mean, actually, it's actually not that weird. I don't know. I think that I don't know. I think this is all I think the latest is another manipulation to put Trump in a bad light and basically make it look like he's decided, that he's the one that's covering things up. That's what I don't get. Jack, where's the video, man? Like, where's the video? There's cameras everywhere. Everyone had cell phones. What's up? I mean, not one booby video. Right? A bunch of dudes on an island, a bunch of girls. Not one? I don't know, man. It's just, where's the video? Yeah, you can't get around the flight logs, that's for sure. Flight manifest. Now, one video, Stephen Hawking, I have a midget, but yeah, I mean, sure, yeah. I'm in that boat. Like, I just don't believe it that if that has to exist, and they've been over it every time, and I don't understand why that doesn't exist. Because if somebody had it, right? Let's say that somebody had it and they were going to use it, it would be kryptonite. Like, you would have to, at this point, because, you know, you've had presidents involved in this. So if you actually had that video, you've already been disappeared, brother. Like, you don't exist no more. Anyway, yeah, I don't really know what to think about it, man. It's kind of bullshit, really. I really don't know what to think about this debate prompt either. It's bullshit as well. Garbage is what it is. Garbage. Yeah, it's true. They both would. And again, they tried everything to just put him on the airplane. Just to put and all they really want to do is just put him on the airplane. He could have been going to, he could have just been hitching a ride from here to Shanghai. And they would, no, he went to the island. So. It's true. Salty cracker, huh? So they've had this. So they've had this full 11-hour video the whole time, and they're just now throwing it out there? That defies imagination. I'm bleeding viewers, man. Where'd everybody go? Started talking about this Epstein shit. Probably true. Probably true. I don't know. I don't think the mutually assured destruction clause is as strong as that, Lord of Pies. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. I don't know, Lord of Pies. I don't think that's true. Anyway, all right. Let me. I kind of want to move past this Epstein thing. The France burning thing is really interesting to me. You know, Mullet Baby, here's my thing, man. Here's the thing. You can't do anything, bro. If a camera's involved, it's going to and it's worth leaking, it's going to get leaked. It just is. And let's just say that they really did take all of these dudes to this fantasy island and they had all of this weird sex and all of that. Let's just say that happened. Let me just grant that actually happened, which it probably did. I don't know. So, islands are weird places. You're trying to tell me that not one of those dumbasses didn't send a video to a buddy and the buddy leak it? You're telling me that not one of the women that were there didn't shoot a little video and put it out there, on an OF or whatever. I mean, this is a thing that's bugged me since the beginning. I just don't understand why you can have flight logs there, you can have all of this stuff, and there's no video. Obviously, somebody's covering shit up, right? Like, obviously, something did happen there. You have the testimony of the pilot saying that they actually did fly people out there. You have the testimony of, Ghislaine's testimony's useless, but I mean, we have some indication of what went on there. We don't know who, right? Ghislaine's not talking. Why would Ghislaine not talk, right? So, I don't know. I think there's a couple of different things. It's true they did have terabytes of video, and by the way, they made that one witness look like an idiot. Like I don't know whether they just didn't prep that witness properly or what. That was bad. That was really bad. So, what's up, Mister? How the hell are you, sir? I wish Emmett hadn't had to go back to class. I really kind of want to explore this idea that there should be consequences for getting divorced beyond just being divorced. I kind of really want to understand that. Yeah, that's the other problem. And that's actually another reason why I find it shocking that nobody said, "Oh yeah, I was there," but nothing happened. It was a stag party, a bunch of strippers. No big deal. Here's the thing. Literally, for all, I mean, people have opined that there were underage girls there, but we don't know that. There's none. And if there were American girls, you can bet there would be by now. Beth Mayhew, you can get. So let me get this straight. You would support Emmett's position that if you get divorced, you go to jail. Would you support that position? Yeah, what would J-Lo having baby oil on her have anything to do with anything? I don't understand that. You think in some circumstances the penalties for different offenses with marriage ending could result in harsher penalties? Why? Okay, so first of all, if you do that, then what you but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Beth. The problem is that if you're doing that, you're looking at marriage as a state institution and not a vow before God. To me, it's a vow before God. So I don't give a shit what the state says. I think marriage. Why would you want a barrier to entry to marriage? Then that seems stupid. What's up, Abe? Abe, I'm going to send you the link, man. I really want to talk about this marriage thing. Let me find. First of all, let me find the fucking link. Give me a second. Jail is dumb. Like the idea that people want more people to go to jail is absolutely asinine and insane. There you go. Beth, would you like to come up? If you want, you can come up and make your. How have we made it too easy to get married? I really want to understand that. What is? I don't. Are you saying there should be a waiting period? This is interesting to me. Do you want a link? You can come up and make your case. This is actually the most troublesome thing about this, LOP. Pam Bondi said she had the list. So this is that's very troublesome. And Emmett's going to be mad. He didn't stick around because he could have gone. He could have come up. We've got about an hour left in the show, so we can do this. All right, I sent Abe and Beth the link, so we'll see what they have to say. See where we're at. This is also true. Just waiting for people to click in. I want less government involved in my marriage, not more. Going to be interesting to see where this one goes. Links have been sent. Just waiting patiently, as always, or as patiently as I ever am patient. Well, I mean, length of time is irrelevant. That's dumb. It's that's not a good metric. Oh, Beth has made it. What's up, Beth? How are you? We can't hear you, Beth. Beth is gone. A lot of stories are just distraction for the import stuff. That's probably true. Mr. back on the Reverie tonight, debating. Be right back. Okay, hurry up. We're going to be debating the second dumbest topic I think I've ever run across. I was hoping Abe would come up. I really wanted Abe's viewpoint on this because I know he's been married, I think, about as long as I have. Another Ross Perot situation. In which regard, Mister? We kind of already have one. And there's Abe. What's up, Abe? How are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm good, man. I'm golden. Yeah, I think Beth had to reboot her computer or phone or whatever so that it would work. She popped up and then she had to drop off. I don't think she had good service. So Abe, how long have you been married? You've been married a while.
17 years. 17
years. All right. Cool. Yeah, I got that big 20 in.
That's amazing. Yeah. Okay. So with this whole thing, I agree with you. I don't think that you can feasibly carry out a sentence like jailing a divorcee. I understand where he's coming from in the understanding that like these vows are sacred.
Sure.
They should mean something. If you've made a vow, then you should keep to it. And then of course it comes to like the contract. Obviously the state shouldn't be in marriage in the first place. I don't think the federal government should have anything to do with your marriage.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to have marriage, it should be through the church. And if that is the case, then there should be some form of ostracization because you are unjustly divorcing your spouse.
Yeah. Again, I keep going back to this as culture, right?
It's like, absolutely.
So we can talk about, we're going to jail people for divorcing or the threat of jail would prevent you from divorcing someone, but it really wouldn't. Right. So that's what he's really talking about. What he's really talking about is, well, we're not actually going to put people in jail, or we wouldn't put very many in jail because the mere threat, the consequence of going to jail would prevent you from doing stupid things like getting a divorce.
Well, and that's what I was saying. I think that it would dissuade you from even getting married. Why get married? Just go sleep around.
Right. You actually you actually increase the amount of there you are. You actually would increase the amount of hookup culture, and again actually kind of propagate this idea of living together outside of the sanctity of marriage. And this is where I started having real issues with involving the government in marriage in the first place. Is that the government has no place in my marriage, right? Like they just don't.
Yeah.
And we whine about, you constantly hear people talk about, well, women get all of the advantages in a divorce, and the courts are, side with the women, and blah and blah and blah and blah. And I'm like, well, hey, here's the thing. If you didn't, we shouldn't have the courts involved in the divorce anyway, or the marriage anyway. So if we're going to have, you're going to have this. This is the result if A, it equals B, right?
Right.
And so, and I don't know. I understand Emmett's point of view, right? Like he wants a threat. He wants the sword of Damocles over your head, and that's wrong.
He wants a theocracy, though. If your government is your church, then marriage can be made illegal through the church. That's the whole.
It cannot be. But it can't be. It can't be because Scripture, because in the Bible there is divorce.
I agree. I'm going to have a conversation with him later when he has time, and we're going to try to flush this out some and figure out where the argument lies. But I think it comes back to the whole of forced doctrine is the reality of the world. If forced doctrine is the reality of the world and we want marriage to mean something, then we are, as men, under the need to take actions to make that the case. Beth, I think you're muted.
Yep. Sorry, I muted up real quick, so I was changing something. Sorry, total technical difficulties. Yeah, no, I know Emmett takes it really, really far, but even if you look like historically at how the church handled marriage, right? Yes, there is divorce in the Bible, but it is so difficult. Like, and the other thing is that the family.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was. I think we consider it difficult now, but I think then they didn't consider that difficult at all.
Okay,
well, more often than not, it usually ended up in a stoning somewhere.
That's true.
Well, I mean, Old Testament for sure, but not New Testament.
When it comes down to New Testament, though, and my comment about making it too easy is that, like, nowadays, especially in modernity, they do make it very, very easy to get married. And
it should be easy to get married. It actually really should be.
If people are actually involved in it, there's not enough family.
Well, that's a culture issue.
You're saying about the family dynamic being completely destroyed.
That's a culture issue, not a legal, ethical, or moral issue. That's culture abandoning ethics and morals.
Okay, great.
Yes,
I'm going to do something. No, I'm going to do a one-time thing. I haven't done this yet.
All right.
On the internet.
Yeah.
But I am going to show my face without my hat.
All right, let's go.
All right, here we go.
You look the same.
I
know. Just shorter. You look the same.
Right?
Yeah, just shorter.
Well, but you got the exclusive, so
that's cool, man.
I'm
Somebody
honored.
will flip it.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, yeah, though, great. It comes down to then, I mean, because if you look at the impact on society, not just the kids, but then you start looking at the welfare, and you look at, across the board, divorces impact the society on such a great level. It's either continue to ignore it or do something.
But divorce isn't the issue. Divorce is the consequence. You're putting the cart before the horse. You really are. And what's worse is the tactics that you're prescribing, the prescriptions you're making, would actually prevent people from getting married in the first place and encourage hookup culture.
So
let me
hit on this, because I think the whole point of the conversation is that if culture doesn't change, steps are going to have to be taken. And if we don't make those changes now, we won't make those changes. So if something doesn't change immediately, we are headed towards a precipice we won't come back from. And
I
I think he's pointing to immediacy.
Before you go further, can I comment on that? Just really quickly? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
While I've heard that same rhetoric, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, here's what I see as the reality. The people who are like me that believe in the sanctity of marriage, and marriage is an agreement before God, a contract before God, a commitment before God, we're the ones procreating. We're the ones that are going to survive. We are the one, and all of the party people are going to die out. And I'm okay with that. That's what's called natural selection. And I agree with it. It may take time, but at the end of the day, as long as Christians can be Christians and can maintain their culture, which they aren't in a lot of cases, but if they can maintain the culture and not allow the state government into their marriages, not allow the government into their churches, and not have put these things on them, eventually we will be victorious. And quite honestly, marriage will go back to where it is. And we only have to look at the Amish to see that. Right?
Yes.
You have a problem, though.
I have a lot of problems.
Go ahead.
There's big problems with this because you've got to look at the reality of where we're at, where the government has gotten involved into, marriage. And now everything is run that way. If it was back to just the churches handling it, I am 1,000% on your side. I agree with you completely. And I would also say that, because even in that situation, they usually counsel people before they get married, right? And they really work with them to make.
I didn't. No.
Even most Protestant churches I know usually it, but hey, if yours didn't, I don't know.
So I have an observation about that. So my friend Dax, who I worked with, he got married a few years before me. I didn't like his wife that much. I didn't see the relationship working, but whatever. And she was Catholic, and he converted and did the counseling because they require counseling before marriage and all of that. And you know what? They got a divorce about 4 years in.
Well,
and he got remarried. He got remarried without any of that, and he's still married to this day. So here's the thing. Awesome. I disagree with, first of all, I disagree when we set bars on relationships. That's a problem to me.
That was literally my life that you just said, because I had a first marriage that was a complete failure. No reason, actually. Literally, I just don't want to be married anymore. Walk away. That's not me, but she walked away. Just said, I don't want to be married anymore. Boom, gone. So, and then the second one, it's like we found each other. We said our vows to God together, not in a church, just literally her and I together, made vows to each other and prayed to God, and then did the rest of the paperwork stuff later. And 17 years.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But it has to have that sanctity. You have to have an actual vow that matters to both of you.
You also have to change the culture to be more purposeful in getting married, right? Like you're talking about involving the church in something that that they aren't even teaching themselves. That's dumb. Don't do that. So the reality is that, like in my case, I was a degenerate for a very long time. When I turned, I think 33, I decided, you know what? I think I'll get married. I was 33, almost 34. Within about a year, I was married. I had found my wife. I understood that my wife was who she was, and we got married. We've been married for 20 years. So while I think I'm the exception that proves the rule that if you that there's a couple of different ways that marriages tend to work, none of the theocracy stuff has anything to do with people being married longer or being happier. None of that does.
Yeah, no.
And I've heard Andrews talk about the statistics in the church, and I understand them. But I also understand that that people who go to church tend to be serious people. Hey, what's up, seriously, Shelby? What's up, my man? We don't see him in the chat much anymore because he's busy being a Navy guy.
So let me
go ahead.
Pose this to you.
Yeah.
So we have a cadre, you could say, of scientists and liberals pushing for artificial wombs. At which point, it wouldn't take marriage and it won't take procreation to create.
Mhm.
So then you're saying, okay, well, we'll outbreed them. Well, will we? Will we?
I mean, I've heard that argument as well, and I'm on the fence about this because I don't know how successful it's going to end up being, but let's just say that it is pretty successful, right? Like they're getting pretty close. In vitro is pretty damn close. So, and I mean, a lot of Israelis are in vitro, right? Like that was their plan to repopulate. Like that was their plan. I still don't think that bypasses a change in basic culture is needed. I don't care about what theocracy you want to put into it. I on it as long as it's Christian. I don't care. I don't care.
You
It
can
can be
do
Orthodox.
everything
It can be Baptist. It can be Catholic. You can be whatever you want as long as the culture is the same first. I know a lot of atheist couple, well, not atheist, agnostic, really, and were usually religious at some point in time. I know a lot of them that have been married for decades and are in great relationships, but it's because at the time they got married and in the area of country that they got married in, the culture was not hookup culture. The culture was not divorce culture. They've never taken money from the state. And I think this is an important thing because right now you have the state encouraging divorce. Okay. Now, if you cut that, right, if you ended those programs, right, if we did a cultural shift where you don't get extra money for having extra kids, right? So there's no advantage to a woman going out and getting knocked up so she can get that extra $500 a month in WIC or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you're right. If you change
that.
And I want to point out that, like, you can do everything right. You know, you're talking about like trying to outbreed them. That does not mean that all the children that you have aren't going to have some kind of influence coming in from the outside world through media, through music.
Again, that's culture.
Politics. Yes, absolutely. It's all entirely the cultural. And this is the thing. It's because our government has moved away from having a theology base to it.
It's not. It was never theology based.
It was supposed to be.
No, it wasn't.
State by state.
I'll say that our Constitution and our laws absolutely show a tendency to rely on Scripture, right?
Sure.
So like Blackstone's law, all of that. So we know that there's, at the very least, there's an undergirding that exists within the principles of the nation of the United States that is Christian.
And each state was really kind of had their own religion in the very beginning. That was the whole point to it. You want to be a Protestant, you go live in that state. You want to be a Catholic, go live in that state. So, I mean, there was some kind of a cumulative theology base to the people who founded this country. And everything has moved so very far away from that now. I mean, it's...
Sure. But again...
Thought out.
The problem is you have all of the individual religions right now currently saying, well, this religion's wrong and that religion's a bunch of degenerates and all that, which is all horseshit. Nobody cares. The real problem, and again, it doesn't matter if no one goes to your church because the culture is so fucked up. So stop talking about it. Theocracy. Stop talking about it. First, you have to change the culture. First, you have to win the hearts and minds. They have to come back. They have to want to be part.
Yeah, but culture is downstream from theology.
Yeah. How do you
theology? Not in this case, it isn't.
So then, what's your prescription? How do we influence the culture to change?
What culture?
Because morality.
American culture is currently not downstream of.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though. Where do you want to get your culture from then? If it's not downstream from theology, I
think that you have to start building the nuclear home again and then reintroduce theocracy or theology.
A nuclear home is a theological principle.
It is a theological principle, but that is a cultural. It is migrated to a cultural principle.
My point is, you rely on theology for your culture, and the culture that we want needs to come from theological standing.
I agree that at some point theology needs to be involved in it. But
I'm not saying it needs to be in control.
No. I said involved.
Right.
But the problem is that if the first thing that happens right now is when we start talking about these principles, right? And people say, well, we need them to go back to church. We need to do this. I agree. 100%. Absolutely. However, I also know that the first thing that needs to happen is you have to start getting some sense of self again. We have to move kids away from this negative outlook in life, and then you can steer them into. You can steer young men and young women into the church. My kid went to a Christian school. My son is in Boy Scouts. He's very, as you would say, based. He's he understands money. He's on, he's doing a lot of really good stuff. But his classmates, who are also great kids, they have a culture of excellence. They have a culture of being polite. They have a culture of their school motto is do nothing on the sly.
Good.
That's great.
But that's not theology. It's culture first and then theology. It has to be that way right now, because if you the minute you start talking to these kids about theology,
that is theology. Do nothing in the dark.
And here's the whole thing to it, right? Is
Glenn Lawrence. See that the second I start talking about this shit, Glenn Lawrence goes up. I'm going to send Glenn a Lawrence. I understand he's going to say what he's going to say.
I'm going to send Glenn a Lawrence.
Here's the thing: is that if you take a group of people, right, and you start trying to force a change to their culture, the very first thing that's going to pop into their mind is oppression, and they're going to fight back really hard.
You
have to give them. It doesn't need to be like oppressive. It doesn't actually have to be. They internalize it as being such.
Mm-hmm.
It has to have some kind of basis that makes them feel good about themselves, good about what they're doing, and the very best place to get that from is theology. So
all you have to do
with theology, it's all down.
All you have to do is
play the game. Play Sid Meier's Civilizations. You always start with theology, and from there your culture grows. Always.
All you have to do is turn to Christ and Paul, right? You go to that New Testament, and you let that guide, because he didn't go out forcing. Nobody was pushing. It was a meet you where you are, show you that we're here, show you that we're upright. Like all of these things, right? We're called to be the light in the darkness. And we're told not to hide our light beneath the bushel. So if we as Christians want to make the cultural change, then we have to actually be what we're preaching.
Sure. I agree with you. So that's a great point. I like that. However, I've worked with kids. I've worked with a lot of young men. Leading someone back to Christ does not start with telling them about Christ.
No.
It never does. It never does. It's always about changing their culture. It's about changing their worldview. And as you change that, they will head right back to Christ. Almost every time. Not every time. Not 100%.
I think what we're more saying is that what you're actually using is the principles behind it. You're not coming right out and like smacking them with the Bible. No, instead, everything that makes up who Christians are supposed to be, that's what you're encouraging and using that to foster the mind change. Then when it's like, well, you're practically a Christian already, they roll right into it.
Okay, you can say that. However, that's not necessarily the truth, right? Like it's a version of the truth, but it's not the truth, because there's lots of people who live very, very, very disciplined lives that have no religion at all.
That's fair. We're not calling for them to make that change. We're trying to push back on degeneracy. If somebody's living a life that isn't fostering degeneracy, that person's fine.
Exactly. It's about using.
But again, we're. I think we may be talking past each other a little bit here, because first you always start with culture to change people, to bring them back. If you just go in and start preaching, you will get some. You will. But I've had much more success working with young men of all ages, talking to them about being good young men and showing them what a good life is. Because once you have that, once you understand it, you want God in your life. You want that.
Right. So
And-
this is what we're saying. We're saying that we as people
Mhm.
live in our theology and
Mhm.
practice it outwardly. That shows the culture that then pulls them in.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not saying, hey, come to Jesus. We're saying I'm happy with my life because I don't lie and I don't steal and I have integrity and I have this moral code that I live
Sure.
by. And
Okay,
then people see that and say, I like that too. I'm gonna start mimicking it. And then eventually they drift right on into it. Yeah. They drift
so all right.
right into
I'm sorry, two things. Seriously, Shelby, that's badass that you're going through Marine boot camp. Say hello to my friend Brian if he's still on base there teaching, working with you guys and shooting and stuff. Brian Nelson, he's a badass. He may or may not work with you, but if he does, he's a badass. He's one of my really good friends. No, bad, Glenn, bad. That's wrong. You can have a Muslim culture and lead people to live a right life, a correct life. Then be no lying, no cheating, no stealing, all of that, and then they can go to Christianity. But you can't. You don't. That's wrong, Glenn. You are wrong. Suck it. I hate to admit that, by the way, because I hate Muslims. But yeah. What? Don't make me laugh. It takes away from the point, Abe, when you make me laugh.
I'm sorry.
It takes away from the seriousness of the issue when the host giggles because one of the guests
just cracks me up. You're like, I just don't like.
I don't.
Fair. Fair.
I don't like a lot of people.
I agree.
You know?
I wasn't disagreeing with the point. I just thought how you said it was hilarious.
Yeah. Mosman, what procedure, buddy? I didn't know about what's this about a procedure? Mosman, what are you doing? What are you having done?
Dog's not sad, he's just hot. Ooh, at least you get to sleep through that.
Upper endoscopic. I'm not familiar with that.
Camera down the throat.
I've had it.
Me
It
too.
sucks.
Is it for like ulcers and shit?
Yeah.
Well, they check your esophagus for issues, and they can go further down and check all kinds of stuff. It leaves you really hoarse, but it's not bad.
Yeah, at least you get to sleep through it. They give you a bunch of Valium, and usually you don't remember a thing. Thank God.
True.
Yeah. But if we talk about living a correct life, there's lots of cultures that have that your dog is being very vocal.
Glenn, I'm gonna have to talk to you more about it again because I went back to the word and I've been like in it hard because of the conversations we've been having, and I have new things to say.
Hey, do you understand? So you know what a sin actually is, or where the etymology of the word sin came from?
Separation from God.
Well, you missed your mark.
Right.
You missed the mark.
Right. Which actually, by the way, that same translation of missing the mark is left. Like sin, left, all of it's connected. It's kind of wild when you start doing the etymology, the breakdowns of the language.
Yeah, what's interesting about it to me, right, is because Glenn and I had a discussion about is this a sin? Is that a sin? Is this not a sin? It was like this really interesting discussion. I'm like, well, it doesn't come out and say it's a sin. But God sets the standard, right?
Yeah.
This is the way it should be. This is the way it should be. So if you don't do that, is that a sin?
If I say too much right now, then I won't have anything to say to Glenn about it.
But it's very interesting. It's very because I'm like, what? I'm like,
I would. This is what I would say. I would encourage everyone to read the book of John. Like not passages, the book of John. The whole book? Yeah. Yes. Because if you do, you're going to learn a whole bunch about what we're talking about right now. A whole bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's great passages in there that make you go, wait, this might mean that. This might mean that.
Yes.
But if you read the whole thing, there's a certain message that comes through, and it's very clear.
Yeah. And we all sin multiple times a day. So just suck it up.
Absolutely.
And sin is missing the perfect mark. Exactly. Exactly, Mosman. I like that guy. Mosman's cool.
He is. I mean, I don't agree with all of Mosman's theology, and I'm sure he probably doesn't agree with all of mine, but the things we do agree on are the things that are salvation. So
Right, yeah. And so again, I guess my biggest point in a lot of this is that I don't think about it a lot because I'm not God. I'm not judging you.
No man knows the heart.
I have no skin in that game, right? Like I can explain to you my position on it, but you may have a different interpretation, and that's between you and God, not me.
Not just that, but we're called to do most of our good in secrecy. You're not supposed to boast and show it off or anything. Yeah, don't let your left hand know what your right one is doing. So therefore, that's part of why we're not supposed to judge each other's salvation, anyways, when it comes down to that stuff. Wicked
Wally, it's afternoon. What is wrong with you? It's not a good morning.
I think it's in the book of Jeremiah. It says that the heart is a wicked thing, and that no man can know it. And so, like, when you think that, it's like, okay, I know mine is. I know we all are.
Yeah,
we all fight against it. That's the whole battle with.
See, that's actually one of my interests. That's an interesting thing because my nature is to just be pretty evil. My personal slant, my nature, the way I look at things, I'm not a nice person. I used to tell people that after I got married, I was like, you guys should thank my wife every single time you see her. Because if it wasn't for her making me want to be a better man every day, you guys would be in hell.
Nice is a bad word. Nice is a bad word, and people don't know that. It means you're an ignorant fool who will fall for anything. It literally means.
But I mean, I'm one step away at all times from evil.
We all are.
I know that.
That's a great quote. It's from comic books. It's every man is just one day away from being the villain.
Yeah.
One bad day away from being the villain.
Yeah.
It's kind of true.
It's 100% true. In my case, it's 100% true. And it's less so now, but not by much.
Well, Ava's right though. So we're not supposed to be all nice to each other. The whole turn the other cheek thing really gets blown out of proportion, right? Because we're supposed to have righteous anger. We're supposed to call out things that are done wrong. And that is actual true love, is to correct one another.
Yeah, call out the sin. Don't call out, like, you can't hate a person. You can hate that person's sin. You can hate that person's actions. If you're called to love your neighbor and you're called to love your enemy, then who the hell are you hating and why?
And not only that, but what it is you need to hold yourself to the same standards that you would hold them to. And that is what's supposed to dictate your behavior, right? Yeah. Would I want somebody else doing this to me? No. Okay, then why the hell would I do it at all? But we're not supposed to be all nice and kind. And it's okay, sweetheart. The past is the past. No, we say the past, you fucked up. Don't do that again.
Shelby, you and I both, brother. You and I both.
Be kind. Don't be nice. Be kind.
I'm kind of something.
Wow.
But I mean, it's so. At any rate, as far as the culture goes, and especially with what I started out talking about in the beginning, which was, this fatherless environment that we have now, right? Where women are choosing to not, and worse is young men are allowing this to happen, right? Like I can almost understand. It's hard, but I can almost get to a spot where I can understand why a woman might leave a guy that maybe just she doesn't think can provide for her, or maybe he's just not the man of her dream. I can almost, I can't actually understand it because I'm like, hey, you fucked the guy, so there had to have been something there.
Yeah, she chose him to begin with, so
yeah. I mean, so but I can almost get there. I can get like that close to understanding that.
Well, we have to make choosing a mate mean something, because if it means nothing, then we're shit out of luck. We're just.
And this is where I say they make getting married too easily. We're not held accountable for the decisions that we make, and it's like, dude, it's like you knew this person was this way when you met them. You still married them, but now you want to come.
Well, maybe not even married, right? Like I can almost get there to where a woman maybe just. Especially after childbirth, the hormones, the psychotic behavior, all that. I can almost get there. I can't make that last little bit, but I can almost. But what I really don't understand is why more and more young men don't want to be a part of their child's lives. That I don't understand at all. Like I just can't.
I think a lot of it plays into feminism. Women became so intolerable.
Well, 100%.
They don't give it, like they just. I think there's.
Well, they've told men for so long, we don't need you. We don't want you. Why do you even bother? They've told young men this so long that there is now a group of men that believe that shit.
Yeah.
So that is called a propaganda campaign.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's literally destroyed our nation. So
absolutely.
That's exactly what like Andrew and others are saying. We need the opposite campaign. We need the one that builds morality and families and good men, and that drives people to want to be that nuclear family. Because right now we have the complete opposite. Do whatever you want. Doesn't really matter.
Right.
You're not responsible for anything. Everything's free. Go, go, go. And it's like, okay, well then everything's going to collapse and we're all going to lose.
Just pay your child support, get out of the way. And I am glad to see that, fathers' rights are starting to come along more, because the courts even really seriously pushed to where women had the children, and they made it damn near impossible for fathers to be involved in their kids' lives. And some courts are still that way, and they really need to be reformed immediately, because I see more women who should not be mothers than fathers who should be separated from their kids. Do you know what I'm saying? It's scary, but the problem is we've had feminism driving the country for decades now.
Well, even to the point of driving most Protestant churches.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Oh, I know. I got a lot of those around here.
Yeah, it's just a very interesting dynamic.
What a boat we're in. What a boat we're in.
And so then it comes down to, how do you change it? Do you jump straight into some kind of disciplinary action to try to force change and risk dealing with the people immediately internalizing it?
That's literally the idea that you can force people to change is moronic.
You
get more people with honey.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
is where you're going to find the theology-based ways.
Well, you're not, but you, again, force doctrine only works as long as you're willing to use force, and it does not buy you the things that a marriage is built on. So therefore, if you are attempting to say that we're going to force women to stay in this marriage, we're going to force men to stay in this marriage because we're going to put them in jail, or we're going to fine them, or we're going to do all of this mean shit, that will not work. It will never work. 100% fail.
So
across the board.
I hate to do it again, but
my point, Glenn.
Since it's his thing, force doctrine doesn't say might makes right. It just says force makes.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You can do everything with force. It doesn't make it right, and it doesn't make it work. Mm-hmm. Right? You could force marriages to stay together. And this is what I was getting at earlier in the chat. You can do this. You can. Right? You could jail people who divorce. You can do that all day long. You're going to discourage marriages. You're going to make people run from it. And once you've got them running from it, okay, well, now you've got even more degeneracy, because no one's going to get married. They're just going to sleep around. And if everything's free the way that it is today, and marriage is jailable offense for divorce, it's over. Marriage is over at that point. We should not take those steps.
What I was saying is, like I said, I don't go quite as extreme as Emmett does, right? I see where a lot of
he's coping in a lot of delusion.
I think he's trying to prove something. I don't think he actually wants it. I think he's trying to prove something.
Well, so his base argument is the idea of having to go to jail is enough to keep most people in a marriage.
There's a better way to do it. There's no support. You know, most courts don't even, like, there used to be a point in time where, like, before you could file for divorce, you had to be separated for at least a whole year, and the court would make you go to counseling.
We have covenant marriage now, so that's the way it is.
I'm all for covenant marriages, all for it. I'm just saying, if we're looking at it, if we're coming at it from the governmental way that we see, that is the most common way that marriage is in this country right now.
But again, we keep coming back to the same exact issue. There's nothing you can do except change the culture. Without that, all the rest of this is just smoke, mirrors, and bullshit. That's all it is.
I think if you step back, though, right? If you step back and you look at the whole picture and you say, okay, 80% of divorces are initiated by women, and you go, okay, wait a minute. If there's no standard and there's no responsibility or repercussions or accountability, and it's 80% women leaving divorce or leaving in the divorce, then what is going on, and why is there no accountability whatsoever? And then we'll say, well, we can't put them in jail. So then Emmett's like, well, okay, where's the standard then? What the hell?
Stand by one moment. Glenn Lawrence, you can stop raging from chat and come into the show and rage like the rest of us normal people.
I don't know if we're normal, Glenn.
Well, anyway. So here's the thing, though. I like it. I like what you're saying. But yes, correct. 80%, it might be closer to 90% these days because most men don't initiate divorce. Men will tough it out. Most of them. We do have a lot more pussies than we used to. However, the problem that a lot of women, so this is a bill of goods sold to women by other women that it's better off to just not have that guy. You can go fuck whoever you want. You can take money out of that guy's pocket for child support. Now, most states you're not going to get actual money from the guy anymore, right? But sometimes CPS can be just as bad, right? Like I know a guy in California who went through absolute hell.
I have friends.
His ex-wife put him through literal hell.
I raised a stepdaughter, and my ex-husband's ex. Oh my gosh, like they were at our house around the clock, like for the most ridiculous things. I was always unfounded on everything. But it's totally weaponized.
And so all right. And let me tell you something. Theology ain't going to fix that. Culture fixes that. Voting fixes that.
Right. I think all we're arguing is that the culture that fixes it has.
Well, I understand what you guys are arguing. I'm talking about what Emmett was arguing is that if and what Beth maintains that Emmett's position is that if the church ran everything, then it could force this on women.
Well, there's a second part to his argument. I think there's a second part to his argument that he is not saying because no one will allow it to go any further because they'll attack the argument before it goes further. If we live in a secular nation and forced doctrine is true, then why aren't we doing something about the situation that we're in?
Well, again, forced doctrine wouldn't really. Forced doctrine doesn't help you in this. Right.
Can I also point out too that we see this when it comes down to like courts that are forcing therapy when it comes down to parenting issues, right? A lot of times once the couple gets in front of a therapist and lays everything out on the table and you have the input from the husband, the woman starts getting held accountable. And you need to see more of the bullshit that they're pulling.
So I mean, I think if you really want to tank a marriage, go to therapy.
But this is something you could also do.
If you absolutely want the marriage to be over, go to therapy. You both feel good about it.
The therapists were
Yeah.
originally supposed to be your pastors. In a
Yeah, again, we can't talk about 30, 40, 50 years ago. We're talking about today. Yeah. I understand what is supposed to be.
Yes.
I'm working with what is today.
Is versus ought. It's always going to come down to that.
So then do we just let the women continue to run rampant?
No, nobody's saying that. Nobody has said that at all. You have to change the culture. How do you change the culture?
So, okay, so how do you rein in feminism?
How do you rein in feminism? First of all, you have to start supporting men. Men have to support each other, right? Men and a lot of men just don't. Young men, young boys especially, need to be allowed to be young men and boys.
Yes.
And that may, and you know, like in my school system, there's a massive push locally in our public school system to change a lot of the programs because of this pussification of young men. And that's in my school system, and I'm in Tennessee, and we're not even like we're not even that bad, but it's really bad.
Real quick, I'm not saying that therapy is great. I'm saying if you're already going to get divorced anyways, what's the harm in taking a chance at somebody pointing out to the woman who's filed for the divorce that, hey, you're a little bit delusional here and you're requesting way more than you should be. And why do you think you're entitled to any of this stuff? Stop acting like a brat. Because they got to hear it from somewhere, and women.
Yeah, they're never gonna. Yeah, if it's already made it to that point, again, I think Glenn's right. Marriage therapy is the last stop.
Yeah.
On the divorce, it just completes the checklist. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, you can't let women run amok, right? Like men have to be responsible. Young men have to be taught how to be responsible. Young men need to be taught how to make better choices in mate selection. And on the other side of that, young women actual women, grown-ass women need to start acting like grown-ass women and not 13-year-old girls. And then when 13-year-old girls try to act like grown women at 13, they need to be smacked down and said, "You're 13. Stop it. Stop it."
A huge help would be a big change in the media that we have put in, between
I agree with that.
And TV shows. I mean, let's look at what Jerry Springer did for our culture. I mean, holy cow. When did that become a standard of how to behave publicly? But again, I mean, this comes down to where you'd have to, if you're going to look at it from the fact that we're in a secular world, we'd have to start talking about like decency.
Right, which is why I don't want to. This is why I stopped talking. First of all, I'm not qualified to talk about theology. I'm not a pastor. It's not what I do, and it's just not. I'm not qualified to render opinions on theology. I am very qualified to render opinions on culture. I actually have a degree in psychology. Not that that's, psychology is not a real thing, by the way.
That's what I'm gonna tell you. I went to school for it too. So
the only reason I was in the psychology department is because that's where most of my science credits from the hard sciences, when I was an environmental science and technology major, transferred over to, and they had the cutest girls. If it hadn't been for that, I would have been in business. I would have been a business major. But none of my, I was going to lose like a bunch of credits that I'd already done if I went into business, and the girls aren't as hot. So psychology it was. I made choices differently.
We all know you were just looking for a nice way to be able to manipulate them that quick,
I didn't need to really look for it. It already existed, but you go where the fish are,
Sure.
So.
Everybody wants therapy nowadays. It got pushed so hard, and believe me, I agree. I think that
I mean,
the whole thing is so ridiculous. It's not funny.
But at the end of the day, it's so bad. It's so bad. I look around, and I'm not saying we need to go full Amish, right? not saying we need to go full Amish.
We should.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm not saying we should, right? Like I'm kind of in this like mid-range where I just want people. I want women to dress in a way that shows that they respect themselves. It infuriates me to no end.
I agree.
To see what some women wear out in public day to day.
So
I shame them. I can't help myself. I will. I'll be walking.
I do a little bit.
Walking past a group of college girls, and I'll just go, "I can see your cooter." And
there's this girl Jess that's from the whatever Discord, and she was in the chat all the time, and she obviously she wanted she knew who I was, and she had a date and she posted this, or she posted this picture of it, and I'm like, "You're wearing that?" It was yoga pants. I'm like, seriously, yoga pants on a first date? No. Don't do that. Nat remembers. Natalia's here. Nat, you remember I did that. I told Jess no yoga pants. No. Bad Jess.
Nobody dresses right. You can even see it when it comes down to some of the younger boys who are wearing their pants halfway to their knees.
She does remember. I was like, no. Bad Jess. And no mini skirts.
Oh, you're such a coomer. Stop.
I mean, do you think that goes back to like Genesis, maybe?
I don't know. I'm not.
I mean, man's created. They eat the fruit.
Yeah. I think that
God says that Eve is going to have pain in childbirth and seek to control her husband.
I mean, it's a good.
He will rule over her
for sure.
If women are constantly, and I'm not saying this to be like a dick, but like if their nature is to try to take over the relationship and the man has to fight to control it, well, then we're seeing in feminism, they're playing off of that very nature. They're saying, look, you can control all the men. Well, that's already in my nature. Let's do it.
Yeah, but they don't actually end up in control, do they?
I got that, but
yeah,
if you're seeking to,
the mentality of it.
The mentality. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Feminism is like the curse of Eve.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. And it's so. I mean, I still I don't know. Maybe I'm just and it's. I've actually been this way for a long time. Like this is not like new for me. What's up, Insurgent Shift? I'm not familiar with you. Welcome to the show. But I mean, it's so and it's okay to go theological with some of this stuff, but I try and I really way more familiar and comfortable talking about the culture side of it, right? So the social aspect of it. Glenn Lawrence, finally.
Glenn, good to see you.
And no Cam, the only one.
Look, you lucky you get the mic.
We are grateful
we lucky?
for your presence.
No, I'm not lucky. I'm really not lucky.
Because I was
lucky at one point.
Casper, I was trying to see what life is like as Casper. All right, and I was learning a lot.
Oh, no.
I'm sure. I've been there.
Yeah.
Grid, how do you change culture?
How do you change culture?
Mm-hmm.
Without theology. Without theology. You can't do it with theology.
No.
You can't do it with principles.
Hold on. Let me ask the question. Don't you need something to change it? Like something to be an alternative choice?
Well, you could consider ethics or morals or just a guiding
where do you get the morals from?
Where are those coming from?
Yeah. That's what we're saying. That's what we've been saying.
But you can't. But you cannot start with the theology. You can't. It will never work. It never works. Show me. All right. Stop. Show me where it's worked.
If I can show you where it did.
I can just show you Jesus.
Rome.
Jesus walked on the face of the earth.
Rome, which burned to the ground.
Hold up, because Rome went both ways. In the beginning,
yes, it
Rome
was bisexual.
Rome
was very bisexual.
Rome went with straight force and said, "This is what you are going to do," and the people internalized that as oppression. And what did they do to their emperors? Like the first 5 or 6 of them?
Fuck them.
It didn't work out too well for those poor emperors. But then
Stab them.
when Rome adopted the morality side of it and picked up Christianity and said, instead, we're going to have this code to live by that's going to make you feel good about yourself, then culture changed.
There's a reason most of the Western
convert or die.
There's a reason most of the Western world went Christian, and it's not just force, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Right. But
and that's because
Glenn,
the theology was the backing
Glenn,
of the culture.
Hold on, Glenn. Do not the same basic tenets apply from, say, Muslim culture?
No.
Nope.
No.
Do they not? No lying, no thieving, no stealing.
Only to other Muslims.
Right. Hold on. We're talking about the basis of culture, though. We're not talking about the specifics.
It's
So
also
hold on.
the
You're pointing out something.
Marriage is.
He's missing something. Muslim is a fucking theology.
Right. Which is why it's not theology. They're basic tenets to life.
But the problem is the difference. The difference between the two is huge, right? So if one says, if you convert, then you get the respect,
and the other one doesn't,
and you get the truth, and you get treated like a human, for instance, because you believe it. The other teaches you're supposed to be honest to every person. You're supposed to not steal from any person. You're not supposed to hurt any person. Two completely different ideologies. One is to honor those in that theology, and the other is honor.
I don't disagree with you, but but globally, if someone just takes the basic principles, they're close.
Except for that whole thing about eradicate everybody who doesn't conform to.
And
that's actually an interesting thing, because originally that was supposed to have been like purged or whatever, but it's now what they call a fatwa or whatever the fuck.
Fatwa, yeah.
Thank you. Where they're what do they call their clerics again? They're the mullahs.
Well,
mullah, whatever.
Imams, mullahs.
Yeah, whatever. The imam, whatever. They wrote the fatwa, and that is that put that back into effect. That's why they had peace for a while. That's why Beirut at one point in time was the Paris of the East.
That's also another part to that. Okay, so here's the difference too.
I mean, I don't want to get into it because I'm not really that up on Muslim theocracy. But.
So there's another difference here. We refer back to the Bible as the foundation. They refer forward to writings after. So if it is changed, they will follow the newer thing rather than the moral set by the original.
Can we just get to the point where, like, Grid said, like, well, can we just use Muslim, and change culture? Like, yeah, because that's still theology, because it's still a fucking
theology. A lot of people, so there's a lot of people right now doing that very thing.
But you pointed out a theology to change culture, and I said, yes, you need a theology to change.
You do not need theology to change culture. And if you try at this point to go in with theology to change the culture, then the theology will be rejected. The theology will be rejected as it's being every single day, and the culture will change. It's being shifted further and further and further away.
It's still theology. It's still theology, and I'll point it out right now. You may not be as a corporate religion going around, Bible bashing people over the head. Yes. Right, but it's the individual who has the belief in God that changes his ways of interacting one by one. Is still the theology?
So agnostics, so no agnostics change people's lives.
All culture comes from belief.
Within Christianity, the original idea was that we show what it is like. We exemplify all of the things that we're supposed to do.
It's not a corporate religion.
You walk the walk, and others will copy you. That was how it was supposed to work. It wasn't the same.
And no agnostics do that.
I think this is the equation. All culture comes from belief.
Yeah,
they believe whatever they believe, and their culture will follow what they believe. So if you're agnostic, you believe there's nothing judging you. You are now the judge of you. So then your culture will follow from that.
Sure.
That's still a theology. If your belief system is your theology.
And that includes if your belief system is within yourself.
Today we live in the theology of evolutionary psychology. Psychology is the new God, right?
Preferences, bro.
That's actually why when you look at agnosticism or atheism, it comes back to the whole "do as thou wilt" is the whole of the law, right? Do what you wilt is the whole of the law. If that's the case, well, what will you do? You'll do
what thy wilt,
unaliving babies in wombs, because do what you wilt is the whole of the law. You will sleep around. You won't marry. You won't, like, all these things are, I can do whatever I want because I am now the ruler of me, and every other man is the ruler of him, and we're all independent kingdoms that can do whatever we want at any time. So then everything falls out of whack. Your crime goes up. Your rates of women unaliving their children goes up. Everything falls to shambles because God is now man. Man is the God of his own self. It's self-worship. And the second that you do that, your culture collapses.
And that's pretty much where we've been at. It's just been getting there.
Right. But again, so you have to have a change in culture. You have to get away from feminism.
We're not, and exactly. And even sticking.
We have to get away from people.
The best way to get away from feminism is to turn to theology.
Yes, because then if you're walking the walk of what the theology says, which is that men are supposed to rule over their wives, then guess what? Other people are going to say, I wish my wife would behave like that. Well, hey, why don't you learn? This is why we operate that way.
People are already saying they wish their wives
they
do that.
move right on in and say, I like this. I'm doing this. At a year and a half later, they're a damn Christian too.
And that's why Christianity is on the rise again for the first time in a while. Because people are realizing it's a better way to live, regardless of whether or not they believe in God, because they're starting to realize the Christian system is a little bit better than theirs. They don't have to believe in God, but if they follow the morality that Christian has set forth,
best practices,
their life is better.
And it doesn't mean you're beating them with a Bible, telling them to become a Christian. No, you're just exemplifying the practice, and everyone else is going to.
So where in there do you start putting people in jail for getting divorced?
I don't.
I know that you don't. You're on my side here.
I said there needs to
I say you never do that.
I said
I'm with you, Glenn. Emmett made so this whole discussion, Glenn, came from Emmett saying that his position is that there should be consequences for filing divorce, such as jail, and he really doubled down on the jail thing. Like
I'm not doubling down on jail. I'm saying different. I'm saying consequences.
Here's the problem I have with that, Beth.
It's not a sin, so I can't take Emmett serious. He doesn't even think polygyny is not a sin. So
the first thing that we need to do is we need to get rid of no-fault divorce.
Polygyny misses the mark of the perfect marriage, so therefore it would be a sin.
No, it does not. You're making that stretch.
I'm not.
I have to have that. I have to have a conversation.
It doesn't. There's no again. God is very clear what a sin is in the Bible. It's a transgression against God's law, and
wait for it though.
That's not it.
Wait for it though, because I'm going to come over and we'll talk some more. Because
Abe's going to take you down.
Oh, I'm coming to this show.
Abe's going to take you down. All right. Anyway, so
good. I'm not
Emmett is, I think this is a really insane viewpoint. I think Glenn and I share this viewpoint. And that is that you just can't enforce morality. You can't do any of the things. And
nope, you can't force morality, but you can encourage, you can incentivize, you could promote.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. But I can sit there long enough until he gets fucking.
Shame is a powerful tool, my friend.
I used to think that. I don't think that.
More of a powerful tool is incentivization.
Yeah,
you incentivize the behavior that you want.
Right. Yeah.
This is how you do it. You get rid of no-fault divorce. You incentivize marriage. You empower those who get married and stay married and do it right.
Yes.
And you issue renewal marriage licenses just in case.
That's the dumbest thing ever. So here's So the
Focus
no
more
fault
on our
divorce
community
thing
again.
is very interesting. In Tennessee, we don't have no fault divorce. We have what's called an uncontested divorce, which is where you both have to agree. And I think a lot more states are doing that than where just
Same difference.
We've
I
got
think no, there's a big difference. No fault means that your wife could go and just get a divorce and you have no say.
Sure.
But a contested or uncontested divorce, she can go file for it, but you can contest it, and then it ends up in court, and
you can make your life so miserable that you're going to do it anyway.
And it'll cost you so much money.
I'm sure it will.
New York is so brutal. I couldn't even.
So if that is the case, so that's a great observation. So if your wife wants to leave you, fault or no fault, that's going to happen, and it might make your life hell, as you've observed. So if you get rid of no fault divorce, what do you really accomplish?
If you set the limits at sexual immorality, like actually cheating, and actual harm to you, or you, whatever, right? There has to be a reason why this divorce is happening. You can't say the grass is greener over there, so F you, buddy, I'm out. Why? That's incentivizing divorce. That's what you're doing by doing that.
Okay.
The moment that they can say that looks better to me, so I'm going to go back on my vows.
And then on top of that, I know, especially in New York, like if you actually, because no fault is so common in New York now, like if you actually establish real grounds for your divorce, the penalties to the side that committed the offense that caused the end of the marriage usually ends up in a lot more problems with the way that everything is settled. Not necessarily.
All I'm hearing is that the only way to do a divorce is no fault, because at that point I don't lose half my shit, and I don't have to spend a lot of attorney fees.
Still can,
but
no. Because see, here's the thing. Let's say it's your wife who cheated on you, right? Well, she gets to leave with nothing.
Well, and not just that, but no fault doesn't mean they can't take stuff from you.
Exactly.
Not at all.
They still get something. It's just harsher.
That's in most states. That's not true.
If you crippled your wife, it doesn't matter. Trust me, they are not happy, and they will go. You're gonna pay child support. You're gonna pay alimony. You get nothing. You get, like they will friggin' put you through the ringer. But if it's a no fault, well, they just kind of do what's equitable, right?
Yep.
That's how that works.
Yeah. All right. So but what I'm not hearing is reasons for people to stay married. No, getting rid of no fault divorce, I don't think actually accomplishes anything. I've thought about this a lot because it's like a big talking point in my crowd.
No fault is not. It's a bunch of cope. If you get rid of it, people are still going to want to get divorced.
Yeah, I don't. So, and this is my position. This has been my position all along, and I'm going to stick on this position. I don't think anybody will change my mind. You have to fix you have to fix the relationships and the people getting into the relationships. Yeah. Fixing the mechanism is stupid. It's dumb. It's a waste of time and mental energy, and I don't have enough of either to really worry about it.
It's fixing the symptom. It's addressing the symptom, not the root problem.
Exactly. I'm a huge advocate for more community and familial support when it comes to our kids, like getting married and whatnot. I'm all for arranged marriages where parents can talk to each other and be like, you know what? Someday your son's going to marry my daughter. Let's make sure they grow up together. They know each other inside and out throughout their whole childhood, and let's see what comes out of it, right? But the problem is people are so divided now, and there's no standard for behavior anymore. And so then we end up with these people who are marrying strangers, have no idea, and then they're like, oh, well, I didn't know she was going to be like that. And it's like, then why'd you marry her?
Yeah, community has changed big time.
Yeah.
Grid, let me ask you this question. You said you went to school for psychology.
Yep.
So you know that humans take the path of least resistance most often.
Most often,
so creating a barrier actually creates more resistance. That's one point I would say about the no-fault divorce. If you make a barrier, they're less likely to seek to do it quickly and for no good reason. That's the first. people also move.
I've heard that argument.
People move towards pain, towards pleasure and away from pain.
Sure.
If the divorce is not easy, it's going to be painful. You don't want to do the thing that's harder and more painful.
All right. So
I'm not saying that's the solution.
No.
I'm saying that
I've got you.
Always doing the harder thing.
Yeah. I've got you. I understand this. However, when a woman gets gassed up by her friends, or a dude has had enough of her shit, there's not enough pain that you can put in front of them that will stop them from signing that divorce paper. Right? Like I've seen this personally, and I'm sure Glenn has counseled some men on this, where he has done nothing fucking wrong, and a woman's friends have gassed her up that he is a no good piece of shit, and she can do so much better. And usually those women just got divorced, by the way. And they just want another buddy to go drinking with, and crying their fucking beers at night.
Yeah.
And they will gas that woman up, and I don't care how much pain you put in front of them. So this, again, I go back to, you fix the relationships, and not worry about the extraneous mechanism later, right? Like that.
Fixing the relationships require both parties to want to actually fix the relationship.
Sure, right. And to do that, you have to. Yeah, to do that, you have to have better. I mean, I hate to say better communities, because I don't really feel like I'm part of a community, but myself. But some people are, and but I think that you just need to have. I think it starts as children. I think
you're trying to fix the heart problem. The problem's in the heart. It's the individual's heart.
And here's the other thing.
That goes back to it's a theology.
Exactly, issue. And going back to theology. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's part of the theological ideology that you don't let what's happening inside your marriage out as gossip to your friends. So if the standard isn't already there to begin with, that's why these things happen. That's why you get these women talking shit about their man. Oh, he can't do this. He can't do that. He's having a hard time.
Right. Again, I mean, okay, so great, but we already know that you should not allow bad women to hang around good women. We already know that. So I mean,
how do you tell the difference anymore?
Well, that's getting harder, right? But again, I think that there's no difference. You want to fix the marriage issue in this country. The people that are already in the dating and marriage pool, they're already fucked. Like you might get a third of them to fix their shit at best. You've got to aim at the children and the young people, and grow better humans. And this is just the way it is. And that changes the culture, and that changes the way people look at the world.
It starts with the individual, then the family, then the community, then the state.
Oh my God! I swear I was saying that just.
I know.
30 minutes ago.
I know. You and I have already had that same discussion. It starts with one man. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm on board with both of you guys.
And that starts with theology.
Glenn just wants to be. I'm just being contentious right now.
Glenn's right.
Glenn is right.
There's
Glenn's not right.
There's nothing beyond belief. There just isn't. What you believe guides your entire world. If you don't have that,
Glenn, shots fired, bro. Shots fired.
That's because of what they're
getting. Bad mouth preachers' daughters. I've had a couple of them. They're all right.
That's because of what they get from everywhere else.
We prayed afterwards.
The
theology was there. We prayed afterwards.
You know why? Because feminism has taken over the church. That's exactly why.
And the media.
The theology of
the music that's put out now.
It is.
What is being glorified for children. They have no good role models left whatsoever.
Glenn, I was trying to.
And we wonder why preacher daughters act that way. There's songs glorifying preachers' daughters doing those things.
I know.
So I was explaining this to somebody the other day. Ism means to believe.
Yeah, froze.
He froze hardcore.
Beautiful freeze time too.
Ism.
Abe, you're freezing.
Can you see
your dog's back? Yeah, we can now.
Okay, so ism means to believe. If it's an ism, it's a belief system, which makes that a theology. Communism is a theology. Okay? All of those things are belief systems. They are fundamental belief systems, and if you're following it, the culture will follow whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is. Your belief is your ism. That ism will make the world what you're seeking, whatever you're following. So belief is everything. So the heart of the person must be founded in a belief that builds the culture.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Glenn, when are you moving to Utah, brother?
What the fuck? Why would you?
I figured since you're all into that polygyny thing, you'd be moving up there and picking you up a couple of them Mormons.
Oh my God.
You don't need to go get Mormons to get polygyny. Man. And I never said that I support this. I'm just saying it's not a sin.
The problem is,
you talk about it an awful lot, not to.
No, yeah, because you know what? I'm actually going to be pushing on a lot more controversial topics. Next one, I'm talking about like blowjobs. That's not a sin, okay? You show me where it says deep throat is a sin.
So who said that? Because there was a.
They say it's sodomy. I'm like, no, sodomy is butt sex with the dude.
Right. Yeah, I made that. I had this 1v1 with Emmett after I argued it on the debate night. Emmett and I had a full length 1v1. And it's 1 Corinthians 7. What is it, Glenn? 26. That says that once you're married, as long as it's not immoral in the acts of like, kid or animal stuff and stuff like that, what happens in your bedroom cannot be defiled between a man and a wife.
Well, you have authority.
That means you can tear up that ass and double dip all kinds of shit that all you want.
Lance immediately goes full degen.
You're
welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
What makes it degen if it just says it's not defiled?
Oh man.
And by the way, the standard I used for that argument, I cross-referenced every church dogma to make sure they all agreed that verse is saying the same exact thing. So it's like even right down to the people who want to argue that like sex is for procreation.
Purity, like Victorians want to be like prudes.
Yeah,
fucked everything up.
Did you know that's how circumcisions took off in the U.S. was because of the dude from Kellogg Corn Flakes? That guy, he was a Puritan and said that if you circumcised your little boys, they'd stop touching themselves.
Nope, they only touch themselves.
I know. I know.
Wow.
True story. Swear to God, it's so weird.
I mean, funnier things have been made up about things. So this is why this happens. And it's like, that doesn't even make sense.
He had a whole campaign about it.
I'm sure.
You'll see it practiced in other countries where they also will mutilate women to prevent them from reaching climax as part of trying to take away that pleasure to stop them from enjoying any kind of sexual activity.
Yeah, and they don't realize it's all a bunch of it's just the brain anyway.
Yeah.
So
it's disgusting. It's a horrible practice because that intimacy between a man and his wife, that is the glue that is supposed to hold a marriage together. That's why when sex stops in the marriage, that's the fastest way that marriage is going to end. And that's why biblically you own each other's bodies and you're not allowed to withhold sex, right, Glenn?
Oh, Grid, did you hear a woman say something that you disagree with?
Well, a lot of women say things I disagree with. It's a normal part of my day.
You're not going to push back at her at all?
I didn't hear exactly what she said. I was reading this.
Hey, Beth, how about you say that a little bit?
Say that again.
I said that biblically speaking, a man and a wife own each other's bodies, and you're not allowed. You're only allowed to withhold sex for small periods of time for specific reasons.
Yeah,
because the second the sex stops within the marriage, the bond starts growing apart. That's the glue.
You think so? Interesting. So, how about people who've been married for 50 years that stopped having sex 30 years ago?
Well, usually there's something else that's causing that, and they just had 30 years of sex. I mean,
if they've chosen it and it's okay.
Yeah, if they've
right. That's the problem that everybody fucking misses, right? Is like
you're pointing out like the
exception.
The exception, not the rule.
I think that's not the exception.
I used to work geriatrics. Let me tell you something. Those people in the nursing homes, they're doing some freaky deaky stuff.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've heard that. Yeah.
What do you think all the STDs
why are you giving them all the drugs? Why are you?
STDs are spreading.
They're not supposed to get the little blue pill. Why are you doing that?
Spreading the most in
my
senior homes.
Nursing homes are cesspools, man. They'd be bopping room to room to room at night. I used to work graveyard shift, and it's like, did he just come out of? Oh my lord, I'm not going in there.
This comes
so what
down
you're
to like,
saying is that
like
there
an
was a
old
VD
people
check every
orgy.
month.
What?
Like old people homes are nothing but like old orgies.
They are. They are.
And
Literally.
So Beth, did everybody get a VD check once a month or?
No, because at that point they didn't care. As a matter of fact, there was one unit in one of the nursing homes I worked at where they had a major syphilis outbreak and couldn't figure out why until they talked to the night staff. It was. I'm not kidding.
well, that's the point of that though, is that like if people are choosing not to.
You froze again.
This is awesome. It always gets him when he's like really good too. Like
he's lucky.
That's good.
He's not making a funny face or anything.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Oh, he'll be back. He'll be back. But yeah, though the nursing homes. I mean, like just because they're old doesn't mean they're dead. I've seen them do like so. I've seen people in my care like do some very weird things. Like, yeah. Just because you choose it though doesn't make it.
I've known of several couples that have, they get over 45, 50, and then they just stop having sex.
That young?
With
when women hit like 40, they got a problem. They got a problem. I didn't think that shit was real. No.
You didn't think that shit was real?
Yeah. 40-year-old women, like from like 38 till like, oh God, I've heard it goes all the way up to 50. Like, yeah, no, maybe that's the problem is the guy is done, but
super drive. Yeah. Well, and I've heard that misalignment of sex drive is kind of crazy. Because men are like all about it in the 20s, and then still kind of about it in the 30s, and then in the 40s. And the women are like, I don't want it in the 20s. I don't want it in the boom 35. Holy crap!
This is why guys need to stay on TRT and maintain a healthy testosterone level.
I didn't actually.
So they could do that body rock and knock in the boots.
I didn't think it was true either.
All night long.
I did. I spent a little bit of time studying the psychology of that when I was in college 30 fucking years ago. And
psychology of what? Sex?
Yeah. I
study that shit daily.
Sure you do. And
daily.
You're not getting your input from Casper, right?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Brazzers.
Abe's dying.
What's brazzers?
Oh my gosh.
What's a browser? I mean like browsers?
Yeah, whatever. Did Abe freeze? Okay. I was like, did Abe freeze like that? That'd be fun.
When we were playing, when I was a kid, my little brother, we play freeze tag, and we'd be running through the yard, and we'd be like freeze, and he couldn't just freeze in place. He always would do weird stuff. It's like, why do you do that every time you freeze? Like, you're just supposed to stop. You're not supposed to do a weird pose every time. What is going on?
Challenge. What's wrong with you? You don't know how to do that?
This public service announcement comes from CloverTech. Please be sure you research TRT, consult a ton of professionals, run tests, etc. Trust me when I say, for some people, it could kill you if you don't.
Yes, CloverTech. I agree with you. And I'm sorry. You didn't get TRT from me.
And yeah, CloverTech's kind of right. See, what's happening with women is when they're reaching the point where they're coming up to being premenopausal, their body freaks out and says, I need to make as many babies as I can right now. And it's completely like, it's evolutionary.
Yeah. I also say, ladies, get on TRT too, because most of y'all need it.
Anyway, that's funny.
True. Most women, it's not just men that have low TRT or low testosterone.
True.
Women also have low testosterone to date too.
And they have only one source, their adrenal glands, rather than who have.
You'd be surprised how many women are actually on testosterone therapy. It's pretty interesting.
I've been pregnant I had a son, and like being pregnant for him, No. Like, that was the most psychotic I've ever been in my life. I hated it. Like, I wanted to hurt people. It was weird because I'm not that way.
Yep.
I want to hurt people daily. I mean,
I was not that way at all. I was out there.
My wife was the same way.
Clovertax says
that at one point.
Clovertax says it is in their head more than anything. My wife is going through all that for the last few years, and she had a hysterectomy when she was 22.
Did she keep her ovaries? Is the question. Because eggs do kind of have like a expiration date, so to speak, and so the body will still, while absorbing the hormones from just keeping your ovaries. No, she doesn't have them.
Can we just say how wild that is? That you can just remove the entire sexual organ and continue to live? Like, that's so wild.
Well, the uterus is, I mean, it's, a lot of different problems can happen from it. It's not like
well, I mean, look at all these
necessary. It doesn't affect your ability to do anything other than carry a child.
True.
So, I mean, it's not like we're cutting off your dick. I mean, that might be a little different.
But they do that and people still live.
Yeah, they do still live. Just, they usually sew a tube up in there for you or something.
Yeah, they just make it an inside out sock.
I didn't need that imagery. I did not need that imagery, Glenn.
What? You're welcome.
No, I'm not welcome.
Greg, you asked us to come up here. I want you to remember that.
Yeah,
you invited us.
I did. I invited Glenn too. I invited Glenn because I knew he was going to say some off the wall shit and just get us going.
So, blowjobs, ladies, not a sin.
Not a sin.
Suck his dick.
Yep.
Suck his dick.
Gentlemen.
Eating box, not a sin.
Not a sin. Do it. Reciprocate.
A woman's
orgasm will appreciate you. Your woman will appreciate you.
A woman's orgasm is important.
Yeah.
It's important to you. It's very important to you.
It sure is.
Actually, if you're not, they're not getting that flushing of
dopamine,
of oxytocin and dopamine, and your relationship will die.
To you. Yes, exactly.
You should prioritize her orgasm. We already know you're going to come within 2 to 7 minutes, so you better do all those other things during the other 15 minutes to get you in it.
You better do it first, or you better do it after. I don't care when you do it. You better do it. You want to keep that relationship. You make sure.
Sex is not a race that you want to win.
Yes. Let's all point out, Wicked Wally is absolutely correct. Hygiene is very important. Take care of your
balls with tactical soap.
It's just
if a woman's washing her balls, Glenn, we've got problems.
This is one thing I completely.
That's why you have a woman wash your balls.
Oh, that's better. That's better.
This is one thing I completely agree with Glenn on. Like, the church has dropped the ball on explaining that this has to be the way if you want your relationship to actually be fostered to survive. If you're not doing it right, you lose your marriage, and you don't even know why. Most young men will lose a marriage over never pleasing their woman. They don't even know they didn't. They literally don't even know.
All the way back to Genesis, we start seeing it immediately in Genesis how important sex is within the relationship and the having.
Oh, don't tell that to old people like Grid, because he'll tell you, no, that shit ain't matter. That shit don't matter. Sex don't matter. Sex ain't.
I didn't say that. I said it shouldn't be the foundation of a relationship. It is an important part, but it's not. It cannot be the foundation. If you build your relationship on sex, you are fucked.
I agree with that. Arguing last year with Grid that sex is the glue that holds relationships together. He goes, no,
it's not the glue.
Oh,
I would say,
Beth, 1v1, Beth Grid now. Let's go.
It's not the glue.
It absolutely is the glue, because when you're intimate like that with your partner, you create a bond that is completely of freaking, like, your brain totally releases everything that you need to tell you that this is someone you want to be close to all the time. So how does that make it a glue?
I would call it the mortar.
Yeah, it's not the glue, because a lot of people have amazing sex and have shitty relationships. So it cannot possibly be the glue.
And yet, how long do they stay in that shitty
together.
relationship just because the sex is amazing?
I mean, a couple of weeks.
Long time. Women will be in that for some good D for like 20 years.
So I think you're kind of talking past each other, because I agree that it's not the foundational, right?
Right.
You have to have a foundation.
That's not what she's saying, though. She's not saying it's
I know.
foundational.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is like a talking past each other thing, right? Because Grid's saying that's not the foundation, and she's saying it is the glue. So really, you can't build a house without mortar, right? You need a foundation. You need the bricks, which is the relationship building, and you need that mortar.
What is the mortar?
To hold it all together.
Mortar like glue?
Yes, that's what.
Isn't it like glue for bricks?
Glenn, I'm trying to build this so that he will get it.
Wait, what, Wally? Hold on. Stand by. Bad news, gang. According to other channels on YouTube, because we're talking about sex, it turns out we're all terrible people.
Oh, they're good for them.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to help people have better relationships so that the state doesn't have to take care of so many kids with fucking split up parents. How about that?
Yeah, we're trying to solve schizophrenia, damn it.
Yeah.
I just want men to realize that women can have multiple orgasms.
Yeah,
And
we're
I
trying to
just
get more and
want,
more
I just
orgasms.
want men to realize that they could last longer than 2 minutes if they just fucking put some work into it.
Well, go work out. Go work out.
Think about baseball.
Margaret Thatcher naked on a cold day.
There's no reason why you can't have round 2, round 3.
I mean, you know what?
The point is, who cares?
You could do it like the great Ice Cube once said. You could do it if you put your back into it.
The two greatest words in the human language. Next time.
I owe you one, right? I owe you one, right, girl? You know I got you. I'll get you next time.
Seriously, Shelby donated $20 super chat. Do you have a problem with UTRT or dealing with an unhappy woman?
Oh, we got Shelby here. What Shelby say?
It will scrub
Do
the
you have a
unhappiness
problem with
out
your
the windows
TRT or
and make her
dealing
love
with
you
your
more every day.
unhappy white woman with tactical soap? It will scrub the unhappiness out of the window and make her love you more every day.
The funny thing is that it was TTSing while you degenerates were talking.
Oh, no.
Nobody likes small basketball. We couldn't hear it. I'm sorry.
I know you can't hear it because you're not on YouTube.
For us, so
Yeah,
there.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's interesting.
Don't ask, Grid.
No, I'm not gonna say it.
I already know where you're going. No, I didn't.
No, you weren't.
I just knew
I'm
you
gonna
had
be
a
honest.
thought.
I actually never realized, I guess, until I took my psychology course in college, that there was so much that people had so much trouble in the bedroom. Like I never understood that because I didn't, and I was like,
I never understood it either because I'm like, I never have that problem. I'm like, I don't know.
I'm
like what?
And put onto it. People don't even communicate about what they like and what they want, and then how are you supposed to fulfill each other if you can't have a simple conversation about the things that you want?
I didn't realize that people had issues fulfilling other people's issues.
It's communication. It came from the church.
If you're not even allowed to talk
it seems like a really like weird thing to say. I just never really knew that. And then I took two different courses, the psychology of sex, and I forget what the other one was called. And it was eye-opening in like several wrong ways because I was like, wait, people really have a problem with that? Like that's a real thing? I thought we were joking about that. But anyway. By the way, Clovertack says Beth just proved once again sex is not the key, as she keeps saying. I think that we look at Anson Knowles being in a relationship for 7 years with no pee touch. That would hurt.
Well, that's that.
That would hurt. That would hurt.
There are things.
By the way, once they got divorced, She unthawed and she was banging it.
See?
It's weird.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
How that works out is it's detrimental to everyone involved. I'll say it that way.
I would say that most relationships, you need to have a healthy sexual relationship, whatever that is for you.
Right.
I don't judge. Right. I might talk about it on the internet, and the internet will judge.
Some marriages don't care about it quite as much, and some need it very often. Yeah. But that's something that needs communicated between the two parties. And if you're shamed for even talking about sex at all, then one, you won't even discuss what you want out of the relationship. You won't discuss how it's going or what could be done better.
Exactly.
And once that builds up, you end up with resentments towards each other, one way or the other. And those resentments don't get smaller. They grow because nobody's talking about it until you hate each other. You literally just hate each other because that one thing, sex, has been completely misaligned. It's messed up. It's really messed up. And the church doesn't prepare any young people for what they're coming into at all.
There's still, exactly, they don't prepare for what's coming in. And see, that was the original purpose of like the bridal party, was to help the virgins who are getting married understand what is about to happen and that you're going to be okay and just try to enjoy it, right? But you still have a lot of churches who push this idea that sex is strictly for procreation, when it never has been scripturally. It's always been more than that.
That, and they don't even talk about like the fact that there's this wonderful thing that's coming after marriage. Instead,
back up a second.
It's
Beth,
evil.
Are you saying that the bridal party was like a lesbian orgy before the wife goes on?
No. More like counseling. It was counseling, sir.
Counsel. Okay. All right.
They would let the young women know, hey, listen, now you're married. This is what happens in the bedroom. It's okay. That's how you got here. You're good.
Well, and that's huge. That's huge for women specifically because they need to feel that they're safe in that position to even have an orgasm, first of all. So if the woman's going into that room thinking, oh, God, what's going to happen? That's not going to happen. And then there's no bonding in that night. Nothing. No bonding.
Trust me, there's bonding.
You see queens way back in older times in like Europe who really believed that they were like essayed on their wedding night because they didn't understand what was happening to them. They had no clue because it wasn't okay to even teach anybody about what sex was and why they had it. So you get married and all of a sudden you're thrown in this room with the man you just married and it was a big problem. And in some cases, it's still, now because of media, it's not so big of a problem. I think every kid knows what everything is.
That's true.
I think one of the best things that I learned and now that you guys have made me think about it for the first time in like 30 fucking years, but one of the best things about the psychology courses, there was some, obviously there's some, they try and explain why some things work and all of that. And there's what happened to Abe? Abe, I was talking to you. Well, good thing I hadn't gotten halfway through the story. That's all I'm saying. So, your dog looks a lot like my dog. My dog has the like.
The middle one, yeah.
Yeah, the middle dark
He's
spot.
such a good boy. I feel so bad. He's so hot. I keep taking him to the LAKE. Don't say it out loud. Don't say it. Don't say it, please.
Mm-hmm.
He'll freak. Just
he's like what?
Lake, go to the lake. Go to the lake. Lake.
Glenn, I'm gonna punch you.
He doesn't care about you, Glenn. But
it's when I say it, there's a problem.
So anyway, I read this whole thing about. All right, there's this whole presentation on how that if your partner, if your girlfriend, your wife, whatever she is at the time, is being fussy, bitchy, pain in the ass, what she might need
Give her some dick.
is some semen, because apparently there's chemicals in there that that even it out, that even women's personality.
Dick her down.
And,
when she has a frown, dick her down.
Yeah, and apparently it's like
it is an attitude.
It turns that attitude all around.
It does. It does. That's why makeup sex after a fight is so great.
Yeah,
it's yeah,
it is.
It's quite the responses in the brain for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's a responsibility, men. It's a tough job.
Tend to your woman.
But I have faith in all of you. All of you.
Tend the garden, men. Tend the garden.
That's right.
Landscaping is really
Actually,
important.
you know what? I really don't have faith in all of them. I have no.
Oh.
Apparently my dog doesn't either. Shut up.
Seriously, Shelby's coming in with another 2T.
Seriously, Shelby donated $20. Super chat. Tactical soap makes you so clean that your husky thinks he is at the lake. Bite tactical soap now.
I think the dog heard you. Did the dog hear him?
Possibly. He's standing here looking at me, giving me the ruse now. Thanks, Glenn.
My dog is so vocal, so crazy.
He is sometimes. Like, he lets me know, and he'll argue with me. And he's got quite the... Like, if I leave and I come back home, you can hear him outside in the house screaming, "Mommy." Like, no shit. It's like, "Mama," over and over again. It's like, how'd you learn how to say that?
Does your dog, like, if you have neglected his food and or water bowl for any length of time, does your dog, like, slam it on the ground?
No, thank God. But when I
Annika
feel
will
it,
literally...
it.
Annika will literally take her water dish, especially the water bowl. If she doesn't like to be thirsty, and she will literally like slam that thing on the floor. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And then I'll be, oh yeah, okay, water.
Alaska doesn't do that, but like when I fill his food bowl, because we've got a couple of cats and I live in the country, he'll get something to cover his food bowl to make sure nobody else touches it except for him.
That's awesome.
He's really funny. When we had Dexter here, he actually covered it and then laid down and put his chin on top. He took Dexter's food bowl, put it inside his food bowl, and then just laid his chin on top so even Dexter couldn't have any food. It was a problem.
I mean, food's important.
He's definitely spoiled. Anything I'm eating, he thinks it's his. He demands special things like, TREATs all day long. And he doesn't get... He figured out what cupboard I keep him in and went out there and ate a whole bag while I was on stream with you guys one night.
I have Annika one time, my mother-in-law and my wife left some steaks out on the counter to come to room temperature. And they came back and they were gone. And they're like, do you think Annika ate the steaks? And I'm like, oh yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah.
If they were anywhere near where she could get to them, they're gone. Like, and they couldn't believe that she would eat the whole thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Did you say steak? You say steak? You know what that is, right? Yeah. See, he knows what that is.
Yeah, your husky has blue eyes. Mine has the honey colored eyes. So I'm trying to find a good picture where she's not being all ham.
He was a present from my daughter, of all things. My kid when I got served with divorce, she went out and she brought home my dream dog. I was like, oh, it's my buddy.
He's beautiful.
Thank you. Good boy, huh?
They just have so much character. Like,
yes,
it's very, a lot of character. Here we go.
Oh yeah, over the top drama.
Big personalities for sure.
I have a problem when I take him to the LAKE. So like I'll sit on the shore and like I pick through the rocks and I find a whole bunch of fossils and stuff. And he realizes mom's looking for rocks. Well, he now does this thing where like I don't know why he picks the ones he does, but they're always in the water. And he's like, oh my God, she's so pretty.
Yeah, that's where her trying to convince me to let her up on the couch.
I gotta yell at this doofus not to drown himself when we're there, because he'll like put his face in the water trying to pick up rocks and then be choking for the next 5 minutes. When it's like, dude, you can't breathe.
Yeah, that's her trying to convince me hardcore that it's okay for her to be on the couch. Mom's not home. So just don't worry about it. But my wife has put her foot down and said that the dog cannot be on the furniture, can't be on the couch, can't be on the bed anymore. And so this is what we get. Oh, another one.
Seriously,
I
Shelby
can't hear
donated
it. It's not doesn't
$20.
play because
Super
I'm
chat.
in here.
Lake, L-A-K-E, devilish face emoji, smiley face emoji, rolling
That's
on
funny.
the floor laughing
If you
emoji,
had YouTube
smiley
up,
face
you could hear
emoji,
that.
rolling
I
on the
have
floor
YouTube up. I
laughing
just have it
emoji.
muted so that
Same.
it's not an echo.
I don't
Yeah.
have double sound.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nice try, Shelby. Better luck next time.
You kids. So this is what we got when we made sure that, or when we told her she couldn't be on the furniture anymore.
Oh my gosh. How old is she?
She's 7.
Mine's only 5. He's a little smaller than her. She's so cute.
Yeah.
Can you get her to like wear like stuff around her neck or?
Oh yeah, yeah. She'll wear that bandana forever. And then she's very used to it.
Not mine. In Alaska, he'll pout. He lays down and throws a fit. We'd have to be dragging him to
But
get.
he's a boy.
He just totally just goes ugh. And
He knows he's a male dog. You're trying to dress him up like a girl. I'd be mad too.
What? No, I got him like I noticed that he's a little calmer. Like if he's got like a t-shirt on. So like if I'm taking him somewhere because I'm trying to teach him, to be in bigger areas, that was what I figured. I'll throw a t-shirt on him, a doggy t-shirt, and then he'll feel a little more, under control and not be, freaking out trying to like meet everybody. Yeah, no, he just flopped down on the ground and refused to do anything.
So when Annika was small,
because he felt constricted, didn't he? He's like,
Yeah, I know.
when Annika was little, I got her I got her a harness vest kind of thing, and she kind of grew up in that. But when she's in that, she thinks she's working and she's supposed to behave herself and all that. And when she's on the like, she won't pull it all. Easy to walk, doesn't jump up on people, all that. Take that off and put the leash on the collar, and you have it's playtime.
Same.
Psychopath, run everywhere, yank you off your feet. One of the funniest things ever was I had her on 100-foot trailing leash because she's fast, and so I gave the end to my son, and I'm like, just go play with Annika, and they're in this field. And she would run around him in circles and then take off and trip him. And when she realized that she could do it, she did it over and over and over again.
I'm the only one. So I ended up getting him like that Easy Walk harness. That thing is awesome. Okay, but like when it comes to me, he won't pull me out. I'm really small. I'm only 5'1", and I weigh 110 pounds. So like this dude could like turn me into a kite. And but with that harness, he totally behaves himself.
It's good.
Well, they know. I mean, like my wife can walk Annika, and Annika is just perfectly behaved and everything, and literally give me the leash, and now we're psycho. We're back to psycho mode.
My ex-husband tried to walk him while I was asleep one morning. He had come up to see our son, and he was like, "Oh, we're gonna walk the dog." Yeah, Alaska saw a groundhog or something and bolted, turned my ex into a kite. He hit the pavement and had a freaking compound fracture collarbone.
Nice.
Had to be taken away by ambulance. Guess who got steak?
Yeah, right. Dogs know stuff.
They do.
I love my dog. I love my dog. My dog has been and even my wife was unsure about getting a big dog like a husky, and I'm like, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And now she's like, Annika's a perfect dog. She's just so cool, so relaxed. She's a very chill dog most, like 90% of the time.
Oh, good boy.
But then there's that other percentage.
Yeah, the psychopath phase where like he'll do the spins and circles and then start leaping over furniture that it's like, I didn't know he could jump that high or that far.
Everybody loves zoomies.
Oh, the zoomies. Zoomies. We know what those is, huh? It's too hot for zoomies today, though. Poor guy.
So we'll come back from a walk, and Annika will literally sit over the air conditioning vent with it blowing up in her face plug. It's very hilarious.
That's funny.
It is funny, right?
Should film it.
Yeah.
I should. I don't actually. I say a lot of times I should like take more pictures and stuff of my dog and the funny stuff that my dog does, because it's so hilarious.
People love that though.
Yeah. My wife or my son or anybody in the house will lock her out of the house. They'll let her out and then they'll close the door. She can't get back in. She doesn't have thumbs. She can't use the latch. So rather than tear the door up, she'll come out here and she'll bang on the door here. And literally just like she's hitting the door and you can't hear her, but she'll be like out there whining and
they
moaning.
do that pounce.
And
Foxes do, man.
And yeah, it's just to harass me. Hey, here's another. There's another good shot. Swing.
I have a hilarious video where he had to take medicine for like 2 weeks. And I have a video of him literally shaking his head, telling me no and arguing with me. And like, oh my goodness, it's 2 minutes of just absolute hysteria. Oh, shit. That face.
Just come at me, bro. Yeah, that's what she does. Yeah. Good dog. I mean, she's she's been a great dog.
Yeah, helping hand. He has a kiddie pool. He loves the kiddie pool.
We had a kiddie pool. She ate it.
That happens.
That's one thing. He does not destroy stuff. I'm so proud of him.
Really? No, come on.
He destroyed one thing. He chewed the freaking wheel off my Dyson vacuum cleaner. And then he never, ever chewed anything ever again.
Wow.
Did you put him outside for a week or something?
No. Where I live, I wouldn't do that. We have coyotes that walk right up to my house. And, a whole pack on him. No way. This is my baby. I really seriously protect him like he's one of my kids. I just yelled at him really and put him in his kennel. But now we don't do kennels anymore. We haven't done kennels in years. It was only the first year.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I don't do kennels anymore. She doesn't misbehave though.
He does some shit. Don't get me wrong.
No.
But he's not. He's really well behaved considering.
Annika's more I don't know. Annika's got a really laid back personality. She doesn't really I don't know. She doesn't misbehave, but she has her ways of letting you know that whatever you did, you should not have done that.
It usually sounds something like "arr, arr, 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 arr," right?
Oh, so last night, I tell my 4-year-old all the time, do not eat on the couch. Now, the problem that we have is my mother-in-law thinks it's perfectly acceptable for my 4-year-old to eat on the couch because he's 4, he's cute, and I'm like, no, he eats at the table. So I didn't realize that my son was eating a hot dog. Well, my dog says, "Hey, I like hot dogs too." And she was throwing a fit because she didn't get one and she wanted his. And that was a bone of contention between the two of them for several minutes. And I was like, what do you want me to do? Like, he's not supposed to be there. If he's going to be there and she takes it away from him, then they both learn a lesson.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
So, yeah. I have a picture of my dog on the boat after she jumped out. I don't take the dog out on the boat anymore because I will just be sitting there fishing and she'll jump in the water.
And
And
I was fishing and I had him tied to a picnic bench that I was sitting at, right? And all of a sudden, like, I was turned around doing something with my rod and I heard a splash and I turned back and dipshit here had jumped off the side. And the only way I could get him was to go around into the water, walk around the pier, and then hoist him up from below. I can't go fishing.
That's what. So she jumps off the boat, and then I have to pick her back up out of the water because she's a dog. She doesn't have hands, and so I have to pick her up out of the water. She's like 60 pounds. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. And she's wet. So now it's more like 80 pounds.
Yep.
And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I've done that enough. And so I don't take her anymore. And she's mad at me, I'm pretty sure, for not taking her out on the boat anymore.
He tried to hijack somebody's boat yesterday, man. Like, I was like, all of a sudden I look up and he's like climbing on. And I'm like, yo, dude, no.
Just wanted to borrow it. I mean...
I'm gonna commandeer this. I'm gonna commandeer this.
Yeah, I'll be back.
I felt so bad because I was like arguing with him, trying to pull his big ass off of the back of this pontoon boat as the owners came walking up. Thank God they thought it was hilarious because I'm like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, everybody thinks
that before.
I'm not trespassing.
Trespassing.
Yeah.
I'm not trespassing, but my dog really likes your boat.
Yeah, I'm really, and he's never done that before. Like, there's boats all over down there. Never before. This was a really cool pontoon boat, and he was just like, "Hey, what's this?"
A floating dock.
Go play in the water.
I gotta get him something to attach to my kayak so he can go out with me. But I'm kind of scared he's going to jump off and drown himself because he's not.
Oh, they swim. They swim.
I have yet to see proof of him swimming. And seeing as how he's like trying
it's
to
natural, trust me. It's natural. And if not, I mean, Huskies are dumb dogs, and they're smart dogs, but they're dumb dogs.
Yeah.
I had one. I loved my Husky. She's so dumb. She ate my son's stuffed animal, required me to have to go get her surgery to get it out of her abdomen, right?
Oh my God.
My dog is literally on my porch now, thumping around.
Just so she ate my son's other stuffed animal 2 weeks later, and then they had to put her down because they couldn't.
Oh.
Yeah. That's how dumb she was. Beautiful dog.
He's
dumb as shit.
He stole my son's. My son had this stuffed animal from when he was small, and Alaska totally was just like, "This is mine now, and you're never having it back." He has never destroyed it. Like, nobody else is allowed to touch it. I have pictures of him just cuddling with it and hugging it and using it as a pillow, and like, it's so cute. I'm really grateful that he doesn't like eat and destroy shit. We had problems with wood for a while there because I have a wood stove, and he'd watch me breaking down wood to put in the wood stove. And he's like, I can help do that.
My dogs try to steal our kindling all the time.
Yeah.
They shred it all over the living room if they get it. It's like, you little bastards, quit.
Yeah. Yeah, he makes quite the mess with that. But it's wood, and I need it to get broken down anyways. So, hey, whatever.
My dog doesn't chew on wood that much, but pretty much anything else is fair game.
He's a good boy. You hear that?
Actually, she's been really good about it. This is when she was little. Well, no, that's not a good picture. I was gonna say this is when she was little, but that's not that good a picture. So let me.
Does Annika like watermelon?
Annika eats almost anything, but I don't know that she's ever had watermelon. I do know that she has a real she really likes some foods and really won't even touch others. Won't even look at. I'm like, it's so hilarious. Here we go.
The same way. He loves watermelon and frozen blueberries, though, when it comes to fruit.
Oh, wrong button. Let's hide again. Wrong button. Seriously, Shelby's become a member again. All right.
It's
my Husky destroyed my apartment door when I left for work. I laugh at it now, but I was pissed coming back from work. I bet. It's dogs are just, dogs are the greatest, but they're also the worst. They're so bad. So here's my dog on the boat when I used to let her go on the boat in her little harness.
Love it. What a pretty girl.
And she's wet because she just jumped off the boat.
Mm-hmm.
And then I actually left the harness on her, even though it takes a week to dry afterwards.
Because it makes it possible to pull her back in.
Exactly.
Makes it possible to pull her back in.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're not getting back in.
No. No, then I have to go down the swim ladder and pick her up on the this one doesn't even have a swim ladder. I had to use a motor, but yeah, it was she's like, and look, she's so happy about it too. She's like, let's do it again. And no, I'm not doing it again.
Yep.
So
sounds right.
Yeah. I love my Husky. My Husky's awesome. There are downsides to it, but
I was terrified. That was the thing, it's my dream dog, right? But I never got one because I was so worried that I wouldn't be able to keep up with the high demand of things that, go into having a Husky, because they need to work. They need to have a lot of exercise. They need to have a lot of attention. And
they're just like working dogs.
Yeah. I was absolutely terrified that I wouldn't be able to keep up with that.
All the attention.
I call him the fake Husky. Because even when we have snow, he'll play in the snow for 15 minutes and then he'll come sit by the door and literally shiver and whine, demanding to go back inside. And it's like, you're a Husky.
The Husky that I had tried to act like a cat. It thought it
they're very
on the back of the couch.
They are very cat-like.
I'm like,
they
what
really
are you? You're a dog. Get off the back of the couch. What are you doing?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. But with him, he doesn't like being in the dark. He hates he's fine with thunderstorms. The dark, no. I had one time he freaking knocked me on my ass. I had him outside. It was right before I was going to bed to go to the bathroom, and he saw a mouse. He saw one of the cats chasing a mouse, and he was like, "Oh, what you got?" Well, the mouse jumped at him. He freaked out and tried to jump up on me like a baby, pick me up, mommy, and laid me flat out. I'm trying to get up and he just had the leash wrapped all the way around me, so I couldn't go anywhere or do anything as the mouse is chasing him. And it's like,
he's got that elephant syndrome.
My my Husky has such a high prey drive that we first of all, no small animals of any kind. I kept telling my wife, I'm like, look, Annika's going to chase every squirrel, every rabbit. She has a very high prey drive. My wife didn't really believe it until one day I see Annika carrying something into the house in her mouth, and it's a rabbit without a head. And she was going to go show mommy what a good job she had done. And I took it away and threw it away. I took the rabbit away and threw it away. And Annika was so pissed that after that, she started hiding the bodies under a holly tree.
Oh.
So we could, so we trimmed the holly tree up off the ground, but so we could actually mow under it. And we find all of these rabbit bodies.
Oh, no.
I'm like,
The Husky I had back in the day, she escaped the one side of the yard and went over to our chicken coop and pushed until she broke through all of the fencing and killed every one of those chickens. 20 of them, all of them, every single one of them. And I'm like, holy smokes.
Yeah.
We have chickens. When they were itty bitty little chicks, Alaska, like those were his babies. He was super, super protective. Then they got bigger, and if he got too close to them in the yard, he wanted to play with them. He didn't like want to hurt them. Like he had one, he picked up, I had a little silky bantam, and I look over because I hear screaming, and he's got her in his mouth, just walking around with her, trying to take her back in the house with him. And I'm like, yo, chicken totally unharmed, just absolutely traumatized.
Wow, that's lucky.
Yeah. But
yeah, I haven't, like I said, Annika has a lot of aggression and a really high predator. So if it's my wife or my son and another dog comes up, totally cool. If it's me and another dog comes up, that dog better be ready for a fight. And I mean, she is not gonna let that happen.
He doesn't like me paying attention to other dogs. Well, you guys saw when Dexter was here for those few weeks, man. He was like, "Yeah, no, that's my mom." He would play with Dexter, just not me play with Dexter.
Yeah, I can't pet other dogs or anything like that. No. Annika does not approve.
Yeah, they're very, very possessive of the people. They're humans.
Yeah. Just being a girl. So, but she's hilarious. My wife really likes the taking Annika for a walk and all. Annika's except for now, like right now, Annika just does not like to go outside. She's like, no, I'm gonna stay in here where it's 70, and you guys can go out there where it's 105.
Right.
And
I'll take the comfort, thanks.
Yeah, she's like, no, I'm a cold weather dog. Now I do have a picture somewhere, and I don't know where it is, of Annika laying on a table on our back porch with snow, like she's like snow on her back, snow on her head. She's just laying there in the snow. No big deal.
Chilling.
Chilling. Yeah, just it's fine. Don't worry about it.
He went out and he dug tunnels. We got 3 foot in one night, and he was out digging tunnels for 15 minutes, having a blast.
Oh yeah, that would happen if we got that much snow. We wouldn't see Annika again. She'd have her own little igloo. See her in spring because she'd have so much fun with that.
That usually happens where I live at least once a winter. We'll get a 3 foot dump in one night. And then there's there's tunnels all over the yard. You can't try to walk.
I took a 3 foot dump one time and it took all night.
I bet you felt better.
It felt like 30 pounds lighter.
Oh man.
You should stop eating leprechauns.
There were midgets.
Oh, that's worse.
You can't say midget anymore.
There's no magic.
I say midget all the time. Midget, retards, all of them are the same.
Okay. I mean, as long as you're equally offensive, I guess it's okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not playing favorites.
Equimental abuser.
Yeah, I show no favorites. Like everybody gets it equally.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Glenn, we were supposed to do a some kind of thing within the last week or two, but you got really busy, and don't stop this. You got really busy. Shit is you got really busy. I have been also really busy. You were also really busy.
You don't know what I've been doing.
I know what you've been doing. I know what I've been doing.
What I've been doing.
What I've been doing.
What have you been doing?
Yeah, what I've been doing.
You've been streaming a little bit. You've been trying to clean up the mess in California so you can move to Vegas. Are you moving to Vegas, or you said you were gonna go to Texas?
Yeah. I can't tell people where I'm going.
Yeah.
And whatever.
It's a secret. Secret mission.
Hey, but Grid, never mind. Hold on. I'll have to play it again. I'll play it again later because the moment has already passed, and I found the song for very specific thing when you're talking about like, oh, you know, like the kings and queens were like, you know, doing the thingy, and they're like, oh, I don't know, what's that? Right? I'm like, I'm the perfect, but
yeah. TGF.
Seriously, Shelby donated $20 super chat. So Glenn is going to eat when I get to Carly. Sorry, Grid, you are down in mod.
I think seriously, Shelby thinks you're gonna eat him or something, Glenn.
Well, isn't Shelby a midget?
No, he's tall. He's being funny because he's super tall.
Oh, that'll be
as I recall.
That's
As I recall,
that's a Buffalo deep dump.
I'm not sure I get the humor there, but I really appreciate the $20.
Abe got it. Abe got it.
Man, I'll tell you what, getting bound up is not a fun game to play. Just say that. I've screamed in the bathroom before, okay? Not gonna lie.
You know, they make supplements so that
I know.
Okay.
I was on the road. I was on the road for like a month, and
ooh, bad food.
It was not good. It was not good.
Okay. All right. This is going in weird direction, but all right.
It's Glenn's fault. You invited him.
I invited Glenn too, but it's never his fault.
Guess he can blame me. It's good. I'll take it.
That's all right.
Or Honest Abe.
Honest Abe. That's right. Honest Abe. Abe, what do you got going on the rest of the week? What are you doing? Anything cool?
Who are you asking?
Abe. He's asking Glenn. Wait, what? Me?
No, I said, Abe, do you have anything going on that's cool the rest of the week?
Nope.
No?
Never. I never have anything cool going on.
All right.
I don't know. I'm going to do a bunch of shows.
Okay.
This Saturday I have like something planned. We'll see if it comes through. I got people to contact, but it's supposed to be a decent size event. Yeah. Yep.
I don't even have people yet.
I think you have plenty of people. Otherwise, you would never have guests.
It's true, but mostly it's just me doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have back of the room producer people, but
I don't have any of that.
A small coalition of friends, you know.
A coalition? Damn.
Yeah, you know.
I gotta get me one of them.
Well, you know, after the Civil War, I decided it was best to have friends, you know. Somebody's got to watch.
Civil War, Abe had no friends.
Somebody's got to watch your back, because
right. All right, last Annika picture.
Oh.
I mean, it's a dog's life. What can I say? It's a dog's life.
Mm-hmm.
How do you protect leather furniture from her nails?
Oof.
We don't.
You don't.
We just don't let her up there anymore.
Have you seen? They make like they're like fake nails that you can put on over dogs and cats. They super glue on, and they're like rubber. When Alaska was little and he was still like really jumpy, and I was trying to teach him not to, we used them for a little while. But like then their nails aren't sharp whatsoever. And you can get them in a bunch of colors too, by the way.
Okay. I think that's for you, Glenn. Nope, that's my wife. Stand by. You guys continue.
Why is your wife calling you on your phone?
Wow, Glenn.
What the hell?
Glenn's at the club.
For real.
What? Oh, you guys hear that? I can't even hear it. That's funny.
Oh, we hear it.
Oh, it's loud and clear.
Like we're instantly transported to the club.
Well, that's what it's made for. When they try to claim that they got SA, like, hey, no, that's what it's made for.
Oh my God.
I was rocking out for a minute. You took away my good vibes.
Good's like, what the fuck is that hippity hoppity music coming from?
You're muted, Glenn. You're muted.
Muted, Grid.
Grid's like, what's that hip hop anonymous shit coming from?
You're
It's
muted,
even
Glenn.
funnier because he's muted, and so he can
Who's
see
controlling my
David.
board, Glenn? You got control over my mic? Are you muting me?
Funny. That's funny. I totally forgot that I had a Zoom meeting. My wife's like, "Hey, where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm doing my show. I ran a little long." And she's like, "You know, we've got a meeting on Zoom in like minutes." And I'm like,
and you're thinking it was your sex meeting, and you're like, "Oh yeah, because
no, that's later. That's later. We don't schedule those, but they're penciled in.
Sometimes you gotta schedule it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So,
there he is.
Hey, there's Glenn Lawrence
The
back
myth,
again.
the legend.
Yeah, he's back in that. That is his actual chair. He is back in his casa.
I'm in my studio. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez, finally. What the hell?
Well, he's had responsibilities, man.
I know. Half the time I catch Glenn, he's like in his car, he's somewhere doing something. Yep.
Always on the go, always on the run.
Yep.
You know what? I'm not sure if I want to play it. So, like, okay, you know, there's certain like RP creators, a specific one looking kind of like Schmiegel, with Schmiegel hair, that hates me and always like likes to lie. You know what I love is when I have the receipts for those lies, and then just like I make these really funny videos that I may or may not release anonymously.
Yeah.
It's just I have a new one.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And you know what? If I go live and we reach our super chat goal, I might release it for the audience.
Let me know.
All right, Glenn, what are you doing the rest of the week? What do you got going on?
Let's see. I gotta go talk to the border czar, make sure to get all the little illegal immigrants out of Los Angeles.
Please.
And then I have the Baby Mamas Convention of America. I gotta go, you know, give out some awards to those hoes.
Some free IUDs with each one.
Yeah.
That's a good policy.
Just don't bring back more than you went with.
Glenn, are you guys? Oh gosh, are you guys helping? Are you helping with the VFW down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been part of the VFW down here for a while.
Yeah, no, I knew that the VFW had been helping with the efforts during the craziness. So
yeah. Yep. No, really, I am gonna be. I'm just have a couple meetings this week. I'm meeting with our good friend Gia about another project.
I've been trying to get her to come on this show, and she's just really hard to schedule in. So
I have 3 missed messages from her. She's mad at me right now.
You really got me with that one.
Which one? Look, I love the kids. Freaking love the kids, because I always say, look, ladies, look, don't be mad that you have
I thought
babies.
he was saying don't bring back more IUDs than you left.
No, he said don't bring back
That's
more.
even funnier.
I was like, look, ladies, I understand you feel shame, but don't be shamed over your vagina, because
whose Discord is going off?
Funny.
Not mine.
Don't know what you're talking about, good. Never heard it. Never heard it at all. No idea.
I was in a debate one night, and somebody's fucking Discord just kept going off, and I'm like,
Who the hell?
what the fuck are you doing?
I was there for that one. You're like, what the? You automatically lose if your Discord's going off. Damn it.
That's the L, bro.
That's
L.
right, Ghost. I'm moving to a newly developed waterfront property in Texas.
Oh my god.
Oh, I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean, Galveston's nice and all, but
Oh
anyway,
man.
So yeah.
No, I gotta
trying to figure out when Gia can get on, because I don't seem to be making the.
I'm gonna have her on later on this week. I'll hit her up. But I talked to her today.
I told her I would be live Wednesday night, and she said that she couldn't put something together in that time frame.
You can't, so what I do with her, and I'll explain it to you. Like, I will do a show outline, and I provide, because she has to run it through her management company. Her management team has to approve of it. So I provide even all the questions that I'm going to ask her, right? And
she may not be the right guess.
Yeah, because again, she's very structured because of what she does and what her husband does. So I've worked with people like that before in the industry, so it's nothing new.
Yeah.
You like that, just go by, just say whatever you want to say without no structure, without no. They don't want to put their foot in their mouth.
But that's the best so good. Part. Yeah, it's the best part.
Well, because I like it when. Never mind.
I knew you were going to go there too. I did. I felt that brewing.
You set it up. You set me up.
I know.
He already has brought it up a couple of times during the show. Come on now. How could nobody? I
was giving you those opportunities.
The fact that he has that ready to queue up is disturbing.
It's Glenn. What do you? I mean.
Anyway. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, we'll see if I can work something out with
I'm
Gia.
Still waiting for someone to debate me, Grid, and you're just dodging the debate. You're dodging the debate, Grid.
What debate do you want?
I told you I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it.
You're coming for it.
Second time.
You already conceded. I got the. Oh, hold on, girl. Let me share this. Let me share something.
Oh, you're turd.
Good. Let me share something. All right. Hold on. Yeah.
Got to go round two.
This is funny. It's not even funny. It's just. It is what it is.
I knew I was missing something.
See, I would debate Glenn, but Glenn and I agree on way too much. It was impossible for us.
Glenn and I agree on almost everything, and I still argue with him just to get his blood pressure up so he knows he's alive.
I think that's like all three of us. We do that.
Yeah, I think you guys intentionally hate me, and you guys don't do me harm and give me a heart attack.
I hated you.
You know what? We heard he had a pulmonary embolism. Let's test this. How recovered is he?
I mean.
Sorry, Grid.
I mean, we all got our issues,
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
We're all a little crazy.
Now I'm sharing it, Grid. This is.
Yeah, I got it.
The whole thing.
And thanks a lot, by the way.
You're welcome.
On this episode, me and the homie Abe get in a heated debate over this.
The question is polygyny a sin?
If we believe in our heart that what we're doing is a sin when we're having a secondary relationship, then that would actually still classify as sin.
God is very clear to call things a sin that are sinful.
Okay, so I would say which specific relationships in the Bible would you say condone a multiple wife relationship?
Let's go to Jacob. Let's go to Jacob and Leah. Let me ask you this, Abe. Let's say a guy was polygynous. He had 3 wives. He comes to Christ. Oh, shit. I have 2 extra. Would God want him to divorce those 2?
No, because divorce is sin.
So then God would accept his polygynous relationship with his 3 wives, right?
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, I mean, for consistency.
How could it be a sin then?
That's like saying if I committed sin before I
No.
Christian.
He's still living in it. He's still married to them.
You can't. Two wrongs don't make a right.
I agree with you, but God is
if he was wrong for doing it before he came into the faith, and then he comes into the faith, he can't just do more wrongs to go back to what the law said.
So then his polygynous relationship would be accepted, but not like promoted, not encouraged. But it would not be considered a sin, because then that man would be technically living in sin
without an ability to ever step out of the sin.
Exactly, without any ability to be redeemed.
I literally can't argue that it's a sin at this point. All I can do is say that it's wrong and that you probably should.
All I can say is it's like it is not the way that God intended it to be.
Good argument.
Yeah, we came to basically a consistent agreement that it's not the natural order, and so it's like maybe wrong by the nature of creation, but there's no law against it. So at that point, it breaks nature, it breaks God's natural path,
natural design,
but it doesn't.
But it doesn't constitute a sin.
Yeah, and not only that, but let's look at how many men throughout the Old Testament had multiple wives, and God still calls them, men
a man after their own heart.
Yes, exactly.
Only David.
No polygynous man could step into Christianity without continuing to sin, and that is the issue. So you can't take like a Muslim who has 4 wives, or a Mormon who's coming into this side of the Christian faith.
I hope you guys can continue this, but I have to go get on a Zoom call.
This is how Grid dodges his debate. Like the ones that he knows he's going to lose, like this one and the paternity test one. He lost that one.
You didn't. I didn't lose that. I didn't even lose that to Andrew. Andrew literally said your logic is consistent.
You can bow out. It's all right. You can bow
out. Just because of logic.
Even Andrew would not say I took an L on that one.
But I have new points to make on this argument.
Okay.
But
so we'll fire up a stream. Send me a link. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's talk about it. Bye, Grid. Nice to see you. Bye, everybody.
I'll fire up a stream. Give me a minute here.
All right. See you soon, Glenn.
All right. Peace. All right,
bye,
Greg.
guys.
Go to your meeting.
Love you.
Your meeting. We know what you're gonna do. You're gonna be having some.
I wish. No, we're gonna be talking about money, like a lot of money, and how we're gonna
go hand in hand.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you later, Greg.
Yeah. Send me a link if you want me to raid you, Glenn.
I will. I'll send it to you on Discord.
All right, guys. Well, I mean, actually, half the chat's already like pieced out. It was weird. All right, guys. Glenn lost it. Democratic policy. That's true, but moreover, even Andrew said that my logic was consistent. So it wasn't a win or an L. It was just my logic was consistent. So that's what it is. All right. I need a link from Glenn, and I'll get this going, and then we'll move on. Andrew woke up on the Democratic side of the bed. That's funny. Yeah. I understand why Andrew believes in that. I just don't. I mean, I understand why he made the argument the way he did. I mean, it's not that I don't understand the argument. And Glenn just kept taking L's and L's and L's because he just can't justify it. Glenn, I need a link, bruh. Oh, man. What a great day. What a great show. It was awesome. Went a little long, but, it is what it is. Hey, Emmett, it was, and actually, your discussion actually provided a lot of material. We were able to discuss it. You can watch it later. Everybody's going to go over to Glenn's, and you guys can. We'll get everybody over there. So if Glenn ever sends a link. I think it's raining. It sucks. Cool, man. Cool. Very cool. "10 minutes late for class." Well, don't do that, man. Wow. All right, guys, I'm wrapping it out, and you guys can head on over now. As always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get on.